Hi there, my name is Gisèle Grenier and I'm a mixed media and portrait artist living in Ontario, Canada. Welcome to my studio. Today you will learn how to create the two paintings shown on the screen. The art kit that you have includes a set of step-by-step instructions, but in this video you will have the opportunity to learn a variety of additional techniques to help you along. Now at the end of the video there will be some information on how you can access a large number of free tutorials and additional workshops on my website. So let's get started and move over to the painting table. For this project, I have a few reference pieces out here. I initially created a study using this photograph, and here's the first study that I created. I love the mist and I love the softness of the flowers, but in this photograph, I prefer the strength of the trees, which is in this study. So as we progress, you can determine if you want to have more flowers or less flowers, or more tree trunks and less tree trunks. That's up to you, and as we progress you'll be able to easily see where what direction your painting is taking. What I have in front of me is a 12 by 16 wrapped canvas. This may not be the same one as you're using, which is totally fine because this is a freestyle painting. We're not working from a sketch, we're completely freestyling it. And gallery wrap canvas means the canvas is wrapped around the frame and it's stapled on the back. That way when you paint this, you can actually hang it on the wall. At the end, you just paint this to be an accent color of your room and it's ready to go. And you can frame it as well if you want. And I've got palette paper with just two colors on. I'll be putting out my colors on the palette as I need them because acrylics dry very, very quickly. To help them from drying out, if you have a mister bottle, you just lightly mist your paints as you're painting to avoid a skin from forming on the top. Once a skin forms on the top, the paint has started to dry. You need to either scrape off the paint or tear the palette paper sheet off and load with fresh paint. So with acrylics, only put out enough as you need it. And we're only going to be starting right now with white and phthalocyanine blue. I'm going to be calling this phthalo blue for short because the name is too long. So white and phthalo blue. Brushes, a large bristle flat, a little filbert which is rounded on the end, a little round brush, and a little flat brush. These are not going to be the same brushes that you're using. I'm using these brushes because I'm working on a much larger piece. So I'll be calling this out as bristle flat, filbert round, and small flat. Okay. I have a container of water. You can see my water bucket's very well used. And you will also need paper towel. Paper towel, use really good paper towels. That way you won't have to go through so much. I've got a blue shop cloth, totally fine. And I have a pencil, which we're not really going to need. And this is useful for just creating a rough line if you need to, but we're not going to be using that. When we're painting with acrylics, always dampen your brush first, because if you don't dampen your brush first, the paints will really stick to the bristles, and if the paint dries out in the bristles, then it's going to ruin your brush. And for cleaning your brushes, you simply swoosh them in water with a little dish soap or a little bit of pure white soap, and you wash it, rinse it until it's clean. Okay? The first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to dampen the canvas. Now you more than likely will not have to do this, and I'm only doing this because of the studio lights, and this will just help the paint stay wet a little bit longer. So I'm putting out quite a bit of water, and then I'm going to take my hands and smush it around. If you have a canvas and you find that it's really loose, the actual canvas is very loose, spray the back with water, or pour water and spray the back. Let it completely dry before doing anything with it, and this will be tight as a drum. And then I'll just take my blue shop cloth and I'll just do a light wipe and it should be slightly shiny. Okay, we're going to apply a full layer of white, and you probably can't see this. What we're doing is just putting a thin skin of wet paint, and that's going to help the next step where we paint in the sky. You can see here where I pulled the canvases apart and they were stuck together. That was just during packaging, no big deal because the paint just covers it. There we go. I'm going to tilt this. So see these, you see there's a line there, that's a ridge of paint. You want to smooth that out. Okay, that's about how much paint I have on there. Smooth out any ridges. And as you're doing this, as you're moving the brush back and forth, there's a little bit of a breeze taking place, and that's also going to speed up the drying time of the acrylics. But once you find that the acrylics are drying, you shouldn't be painting anymore. You'll have to let it dry, because you may run the risk of pulling the top layer off. In this brush, which is now a dirty brush because there's paint in there, I'm going to pick up a little bit of the phthalo blue. Look how bright that is. Okay. Now see how as I'm mixing it, it's getting lighter and lighter? That's because there's white in my brush. We're going to start up here, and we're going to create X strokes. Now you see how the paint looks very, very thin? That's because the layer down here is very wet. This may not happen to you. It's because I added water, then the paint. It is very wet. But as I'm working down, I can already see the patches where it's drying. As I'm working down, the paint's going to be a little bit more opaque. I'm going to add a little bit more paint to this. Acrylics dry darker. As they're drying, they're dry a little bit darker. And that's as the water evaporates. And just X strokes. This is an X stroke here, but we're touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift. This is very exaggerated. And as you're doing that, your paint will blend. And you want to work your way down. And you notice as I'm working my way down, the paint is getting lighter and lighter. And a lot of this is going to be covered with the trees. Now see where the brush is dragging here? I'm running out of paint. Not just that, the paint here is drying. So I'm going to work my way down to about here. No big deal. Put a little bit more pressure on the brush. Just going to get our coat on there. Okay, you actually could leave it like this because there's so many trees that we're going to be painting in front. I just want to show you when we can actually do a little bit more blending. So as we're blending, you get these strokes like this, and that's because the canvas is just too wet. So one thing you can do is just fan it with your hand, or maybe get a heat gun or a hair dryer on the lowest setting to speed up the drying time. It's really not necessary because I'm looking at this and I can see where the paint now is becoming a little bit flatter in a finish. Okay, I don't know if you can see. We're right about here. It's a little bit of a flat finish here, and that's because it's starting to dry. And I can come in. You see how I can smooth that out? Again, this isn't important for this painting because we're putting a whole bunch of trees. And I can come in and I can make another mixture and just come back in, and you can see as I'm putting more paint on, it's becoming quite opaque. So if you're painting on a canvas that's wrapped, you can actually take this paint right to the side. That's totally up to you. I just want to show you how it's done. Or at the end of the painting, you could paint just the side here, an accent color that's in your home. And I'm just putting on a little bit more. See, that's nice and opaque now here. And what I'm doing now is, because I have it relatively at a point where what I like, I'm going to use up the paint. I don't want to waste it. And for this step, the largest brush you have possible is what you need to be using. Look at this. Look how beautiful that is. So we're just going to keep going. And we don't need to put any clouds in the sky because the trees are going to be in the front. So we don't need to worry about that. But to create some easy clouds, you just leave the paint streaky like that. And just put a little bit of action in the sky. So you're looking at about 2 to 3 layers of paint for coverage. And the canvases also come in different textures. Some are medium textured, some are fine textured. The fine textured canvases are extremely smooth, and they're primarily for portrait painting. You don't need to spend the extra money on that. Oh, that's really pretty. You don't need to spend the extra money on that. All you do is to take any canvas and then lightly sand it, and you have a very smooth canvas. This is a medium textured canvas, so it can hold a lot of paint up front. The pores, the paper just grab. See those streaks? You can leave that there, and if you don't like what you've got, the beauty with acrylics, you can just paint over it. So you want to put enough paint on the canvas to completely cover everything. At first and second layer, you may start seeing some speckling, and that's the paint just settling and the pores of the paper. Think of little hills and valleys, and it's the little hills that are showing through. You want to make sure that's all covered up. And I'm just going to finish off the paint here. This part here is not necessary. If you have the extra paint, just put it in there. I hate wasting anything. This will also give you good practice for blending. The paint now is starting to dry. I don't have much left in my brush. You may be tempted just to go into some water. Avoid that, especially if you're doing this in this area, because it's not necessary. There we go. So we have a very textured sky right now. And see, I don't know if you can see this part here. That's the canvas showing through. Not important because we're going to be having flowers on top, but if you do see that, let's say up in the sky area, grab some more paint and just paint over it. Okay, like so. Now we're going to let this dry, and when we come back, we're going to move on to the next step. Now that our painting's dry, it will block in a few trees. So we're going to use our round brush. It's a tiny little brush, and dip it in water, and we're going to take some white. We're going to need quite a bit of this. Okay, and into that you're going to just touch a speck into phthalo blue and burnt umber. Too much burnt umber. And we want a bluish gray. Blue. Phthalo blue, be very careful because it's a very powerful color. A little bit of water. Okay. And then what you're going to do, now you can actually pull the stroke down or pull the stroke up. It doesn't really matter. What I like to do is I'm going to be working right about here for the tree line. So I'm going to turn this around, which is now upside down. And I'm going to touch the brush and just pull some lines. Now they look kind of funny, and that's totally fine. We're just creating some background trees. So you can do it this way, or I'm probably going to get in the way though. You can lay the brush down and you just kind of hold it this way, and you just pull the brush as far as it'll go. You let the gravity, I'm actually not even holding the brush with my thumb, but the problem is sometimes the brush will go a little bit wonky. So, but if you do it this way, just holding it straight up, you're going to run out of paint very quickly. I'll show you why. You touch, push, and that's it. Okay? Run out of paint. bit more water. Okay. And we just do that. And make them where they're crisscrossing each other and like so, just a whole bunch of them. Now this is, I prefer doing it this way, especially with light strokes like this, because I can be, the brush does a lot of the work. And trees, perfectly straight trees are kind of boring, but now I'm going to be in the way here, so let's go the other way. Turn this upside down and I'll just hold my brush like this, and you can do the same thing here. I find that this way, the strokes, I tend to be running out of paint a little bit faster. But if I put my thumb down just a speck, a little bit of pressure, and I can get quite a bit of paint. And you can also just do it this way. I find that if you hold your brush like a pencil, there's quite a bit of pressure on the brush. Bit more water. I want to try making some of those trees much higher. Cross some over. So this will give you some really good practice on control. A lot of these are going to be covered up, and you can put in as many as you want. Try to leave a blank spot in the middle or just off center. And make some long, make some short, just like that. Okay, and let's see, that's about, I want to put some more here because we're going to be framing this. Not framing with the picture frame, but we want to try to make the edges a little bit darker. Let's just put a few more here. And you notice that I'm kind of making the trees like this, like they're facing this way and this way. It brings the eye into the painting. And that's composition. That's beyond the scope of this video, but it's something that if you like art, it's something that you'll need to know. Here we go. And just do another one here. They'll be very, very light. Oh, there's a dark one there. And as I'm painting, I can see the ones that are really, really, as they're drying, they're still way too light. I can come in with a speck more blue, a little bit more brown. It should be more on the blue side. Bit of water. The lighter the trees, the further back in the distance, and then as you come forward, they'll become a little bit darker. So now I can, that's still not quite dark enough. Again, with phthalo blue, add very small amounts. That's not too bad. I'm going to make a little speck darker. And a really good way to practice this is to use an art journal. I've got a ton of videos on my website. All that information is at the end of the video. I've got a ton of video lessons, free tutorials that you can watch. On composition and making color mixing, making your own art journal, acrylic projects, lots of acrylic projects. There we go. And I know my arm's getting in the way, but there's no other way around it. A lot of these are going to be covered up, so that's why I want you to get some really good practice. Try to get them as high as you can. And when you touch it up and you lift it off the canvas, and the stroke just tapers. Make it a little bit darker. bit more brown. You get good practice. This is values. We started out light, then we're getting darker and darker. That's called values. The lightness and darkness of a color. But you see, the ones that are darker look like they're forward. They're more in the foreground. Now this one here, I pushed down, didn't taper that off. It's not going to matter because there's another tree that's going to be in front. But to fix that, I can come in. Whoops. Come in. No. Let's try that again. Start into the stroke and then just so I'm crooked here. But I'm not panicking because there's another tree. So just finish that off. There we go. Like that. And I can just finish the bottom. There we go. Something like that. There we go. So now we can let this dry. Actually, we have to let this dry because the next step is to, we're going to be doing a dry brush. I'm going to show you a dry brush technique. We're going to use white on a dry brush and then we're going to scrub all over the canvas. And what it's going to do is create the illusion of fog or a mist. And that's why I wasn't too worried about, this, because we're going to be covering it up anyways. And with the large trees, in front, it's going to be carrying. And then on top of that, we have to pull out little itty bitty branches as well. That's the beauty of acrylics, is that if you happen to make a boo-boo, and as a beginner you will make a boo-boo, it's very easy to cover up. So let this dry for a few minutes and then we'll move on to the next step. Now that this is dry, we're going to be scrubbing some mist over the background trees. So you're going to use your large brush, and that's the great thing about these bristle brushes. They're workhorses, so they're suitable for this. So we're just going to load, the brush is damp, we're just going to load a little bit of paint. And if you're using a dry brush, dip the brush in water first, and then you can load the paint. But make sure it's just damp. So I loaded the brush, and I'm just going to wipe off any excess. And you're going to start, and there's not a lot coming off, but it's just enough. What you don't want to do is put out too much paint. Make sure it's distributed. Just wipe off the excess like so. And we're just going to put that in. Now the other thing is, if your paint's not, if your paint that's on the palette is dry, mine's a little bit dry, I can add a little bit of water to it, but I want to show you what happens. If your brush is too wet, then you're going to get that. You're going to get just water, okay? Just wipe with a paper towel, just blot the brush, then come back. Still a little bit of water in there. I'm just going to move it around. You want to make sure you don't have like a big blob of paint. I'm going to focus a lot of the mist right in here. Just going to take my paper towel, I'm just going to gently pad the outside. Okay. I want to really focus the mist in here. You'll barely be able to see it, but where you're really going to notice it is once we paint the large trees. So the mist is very strong on the bottom, and then it feathers out. You may need to do this a couple of times until you get used to how much paint to load in the brush. There we go. And I'm just going to let that dry now. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to add another layer. Now that's dried, you can see that it got a little bit darker, which means it's harder to see. If it would have gotten lighter, you can't get lighter than white, but you would have been able to see it. So it got darker and it blended into the background. So I'm going to get a bit more paint. First I'm going to just blot my brush a bit more and come back. And I'm avoiding thinning down the paint anymore. So I want this to be a little bit stronger. Now, if you happen to find the bristles coming out of your bristle brush, that's normal. It's because they're natural. It happens with any paintbrush. That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. And when you're painting, so let's say I'm going to wait maybe 30 or 40 seconds. I'm not going to come back over this because this will be just starting to tack up. If I were to paint over that, I would literally be pulling the paint off the canvas. It's similar to house painting. So when you paint your wall, you let it dry for X number of hours, then you can add your second layer. And you can speed up the drying time by using a hairdryer, or on your painting, not on the wall, a hairdryer or a heat gun. And I'm going to use whatever is left over in the brush. I'm just going to bring this a little bit higher, soften the edges, like so. This, what we did here, is very similar to if you want to do a cloud. You just come in and you can put a little cloud in there. Round and round and round and round. The technique is the same. Like so. Okay. And let's see if I can get away with a little bit more paint here. I'm just patting it now. I want it really bright. There we are. So that's it for that step. Okay, so we're going to let this dry now. And with the next step, we're going to actually be adding the tree trunks, and we're going to be starting here, and we're going to add tree trunks about twice the size of these, and then we're going to add really, really large tree trunks, and then we're going to darken and then start adding some highlights. This is all dried now, and now we can move ahead and paint some larger tree trunks. For the small tree trunks in the back, we used a round brush, and now we're going to switch over to the small flat brush, just to give you some techniques, just what you can do with them. So remember with the flat brush, what we did is we were able just to put the brush down and drag it this way. I showed you what happens if you push it down this way. And depending on the pressure, sometimes you get these little round strokes here, or these little curved strokes. But with this brush, you can actually make your trees look jiggy-jaggy, if that's even a real term. But you can make the trees kind of look broken and bent and stuff like that. So we're going to do that. Now on the palette, I have the white, burnt umber, burnt sienna, and ultramarine blue. I'm going to wet my brush, and I'm going to grab, let's grab a little bit of burnt umber and a little bit of burnt sienna. Okay, we're just going to make a couple of different dark mixtures here. A little bit of dark mixtures. The black that's made with burnt umber versus burnt sienna are just subtle in differences, where the black that's made with burnt ultramarine blue and burnt sienna is a little bit more on the reddish side. Okay, so just a couple of dark mixtures. You can even use the paint straight out of the tube. It doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to grab a little bit of white. So you can see the true underlying color every time you add white. And now, to make our trees, again, we can start from the bottom, but we can also start from the top. I'm going to show you both ways. And let's see, if we come right here and holding the brush on an angle, you can get a nice line there. And you can make your trees blocky, And you can, it's easier to correct, I find, using a flat brush because it has that flat edge. Now you may hear the term bright brush. A bright brush is just shorter. The bristles are just a little bit shorter. And I'm going to show you something else. So I'm going to paint this, and watch this technique before you try it. So I'm just painting away. I'll pick up another color. It doesn't really matter because we're going to be highlighting these anyways. Okay. I'm painting this standing up because it's such a large canvas, and you're probably going to be painting this sitting down, and your brushes, you have more control over your brushes. But I prefer painting standing up, even better at an easel, because you can stand further back away from your piece. So the tree, so a tree typically is tall, is more tapered at the top, and as it goes down it gets wider and wider and wider. And typically a tree is straight with curved with straight edges, but sometimes it's really interesting to create trees that are kind of gnarly and kind of have these little turns and twists. My tree, though, I need to make a correction because this part is bigger than this part, but who's to say there weren't any branches sticking out here? We could use that opportunity to make some branches, but I just want to show you a really easy way to correct a tree trunk. I'm going to turn our canvas to the side and I'll load it with paint, and I'm going to grab my mister brush. And it doesn't really matter what color. If you come in here, and I'm going to rest my hand on top of my other hand, and if you take the straight edge of the brush, which is a chisel edge, and I can straighten it, make some really nice straight edges. And I have quite a bit of water in here because as long as the paint is wet, it's very easy to manipulate. Okay, let's take a look at that. See, now it's a lot straighter. Do the same thing here. And just make that a little bit straighter, or make a bend in it like this, where like a branch broke off. This is just a way to finish off the edges. With trees, they should be rustic, and they don't need to be perfectly smooth. I prefer trees that look like you've painted them when you've had too much coffee or too much tea. And we can taper that right off like so. See how easy that is? And I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm not doing anything fancy at all. And I'm just going to go to the other side. I'm just going to put a little line there. I'm doing this upside down because you won't really be able to tell what I'm doing. But you know that I'm putting some branches here, right? How cool is that? See how easy that was? And try to relax and let the flow happen, and you'll be fine. Because you know what? What's the worst that can happen? If you make a stroke that's crooked, who cares? Have fun. And then we'll create another one. Now I'm going to paint this one just straight on its side, just to show you. Because typically I would show it this way, but I'm going to be in the way. So we do it this way. Now watch how I make the strokes. Okay, we're going to leave that. And we'll do another one. Oh, let me make this one a little bit lighter. But you notice I'm moving around because I'm trying to pick up different colors every time I make up a batch of paint or load my brush. Okay, a little bit darker than that. Okay, that was a little bit funky there, so let's just fix that up. Okay, and don't forget, when we paint our flowers, they're going to come about to here. So that's why I'm not too worried about the bottom. Okay, so let's do another one. Now you have to make these really cool sounds. Ooh, 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 ooh. You make all these neat sounds, or you know what? You can even paint to music. And there's going to be a lot of trees covering these, so you can really have some fun. Okay, you can have a lot of fun. So now this tree really is a little bit too skinny for me, so I can come over here and just make it a little bit wider. But you notice that I was making the stroke much more smoother, and now the tree looks like the bumps are rounded. So remember, if you jiggy jags. Looks a lot more interesting. And let's continue on there. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Okay, so just create just a few trees. And in the written lesson, there's I've got some trees already placed out. You don't need to copy the trees like that. Just be free and try to have some that are going in different shapes and different directions. And now, if you want to make a one that's really big, the brush is a little small, but if we do that over here, and hopefully I'm not going to be in the way, you can touch, push, still make it jiggy jag. Running out of paint, just reload, then start about down here. Try to use just enough pressure to match the width, and continue on. The thing is, even if it was the wrong width, you now know how to correct it. Okay, this is pretty good. This is why I like saying the bigger the brush, the better, because you don't get stuck on little itty bitty things. Now this one here, yeah, I'm all for having trees that are all wonky, but this one doesn't make sense to me. So let's correct it. I like the curve here, but this is just too round, so I'm just going to straighten that out a little bit. Just going to straighten that out, okay? And I know that I want the straight edge to be on this side because the stroke, so if I'm holding the brush here, I know that I'm not going to get a straight stroke here. It's whatever side that the brush is facing. So it'll be, where's the tree I'm working on? Here. This one here, sorry. So I'm going to work on this side. You see what I mean? A bit more paint. Still working with those jiggy jag strokes. And that is so much better now. So much better. But you can see now that these lighter trees that we first painted, they seem further back in the distance. And let's create another little one here. And I'm not going to create the video to say, okay, well, here's the painting, then come back and there's a whole bunch more stuff done without you seeing it. I want you to see what I'm doing, because there may be a technique out of all the techniques I'm showing you that you might find works better for you. Now, see this tree that's fatter here and skinny here and fatter here? That happens a lot. Not to say that I did that on purpose so I could show you this exercise. When beginners use pressure on their brush, sometimes they use too much pressure and sometimes not enough pressure. And they get all flustered thinking, oh, my tree just doesn't look right. My tree doesn't look right. And anywhere you've got a branch that just naturally doesn't look right, like this part here, you can come in and fix it. But you could say, oh, okay, well, why don't I just go here and just veer off a little bit. Okay, well then let's go here where I see a little bump sticking out. Put a little something there. And here too, let's do something here. So everywhere where you see where the tree where the trees that you're not really happy with, you can take where there's a bump or something and just put a little branch. And here there's quite a bit happening here. I could also fix that stroke and just make another one here. These are old dead trees. I don't think they're going to be too upset if they look funny. Okay, so that takes care of that. So you've got some different values. You've got some light trees, some dark trees, some really dark trees. Now what we need to do now is, we don't have to wait for this to dry, but what we want to do now is create even bigger trees. Now you can choose with your painting to add more of the small distant trees like this, then just a few big trees, or do as many trees as I did now, and then we're going to add in more of the darker trees. That's completely up to you. Okay? And if you're working on a very, very big canvas, I would say do your trees with this large brush here, and the largest bristle brush, because you can get some really large sized trees. When you're working with a brush this big, sometimes it's a little bit hard for control. Okay, and you see the brush is all twisty, and that's the purpose of a bristle brush. Will do this. Okay, to start, when we paint our large trees, you may want to just start them with a small brush, just to at least get yourself a bit more comfortable in creating those strokes. So I'm going to show you with the small brush and the big brush. Okay, I wonder if we have enough paint. I'm going to remove a bit of the water out of the brush. I'm just kind of not squeezing and pulling. I'm just kind of blotting it dry. And I'm going to burnt umber, burnt sienna. Just don't use black. Don't use black. You need the trees to be fairly dark, because when it comes to highlighting, you need dark to show light and light to show dark. So with this bristle brush, I loaded with a lot of paint, and I'm turning it back and forth. Okay, and what this is doing is bringing the brush to a nice chisel edge, which is this here. Now, chisel edges on bristle brushes are very hard because these are workhorse brushes. They're not detail brushes. So if you want, you could get brushes like your synthetic brushes. You can get them quite large. In fact, you can get brushes this big. Okay, I'm going to show you with this. So I'm going to create let me go over here. So I'm going to take the brush, and now basically on the chisel edge at a slight angle, and you're going to be putting the brush, let's see if I can do this, you're going to do it like this, okay, on a bit of an angle. So touch, push, same jiggy jags. And as I notice the paint starting to run out, I'm going to reduce the pressure. Okay. Now you can see, because the brush is a bristle brush, I lost control over here. It's easy to fix. It can be fixed, no problem. I can bring the brush at a much straighter edge and go up. Okay. I'm going to put that in some water just for a few minutes. But if you were going to create the tree trunks using a small brush, and we'll just go over here, you're using the brush more to sketch. Okay, and then let's say we're going to go beside it, make it a little bit bigger, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So you're building up the width of the brush. That's why for beginners, it's really nice using a flat brush, a synthetic flat brush, to do this, because you can do so much with it. You can take an existing tree and make it wider. Now you see how I'm making the stroke like this, and you see this side is really full of ridges of paint in that, and that's because this is the bottom part of the brush is hitting the canvas. So, and this is just for video purposes, I would just basically turn it upside down. I'm going to take the chisel edge of the brush and straighten it out, but still have those jiggy jags. Okay. And let's just straighten those out a little bit. And I hope I'm not getting my head in the way. And we can have this tree actually run right off the canvas. Okay. And at this point now you can even turn it upside down, depending on what makes it easier for you. And I'm resting my hand on my other hand just to give you some height. And then I'm going to make it a little bit wider. And fill it in like a coloring book. There really isn't any set rule because we can always fill it in if we've made a boo-boo, like just to make it a little bit wider. You can accidentally make it too wide, which is really good if you start with a small brush and you work a little bit larger. And eventually down the road is just to start off with a big brush right off the bat. The only thing I really want to point out to you is that avoid making your trees perfectly straight, because then they're boring. Okay, now when we come in to highlight the tree as well, we could add the paint just a little bit outside just to make it even a little bit wider. All right. I'm just going to take some of this blue, a little burnt sienna, make some more. You notice I'm not putting any more burnt umber on the palette. It's not necessary. Use up what you have. And then, let's see, if we want to take, I'm going to take this tree here. I'm going to use this tree right here. I'm going to make that one bigger. And I'm just following the line. I'm getting it started. Okay. Turn my canvas around. Here we go. Now, if you're painting on an easel, then if you're standing up at it, then it'll be a lot easier because you can stand back and see your whole painting taking shape. If you're painting sitting down, you'll have to get up a few times just so you can see the whole painting as a whole. Like, so you're not right now I'm concentrating on just this. I'm not seeing the whole thing. And I like creating my paintings upside down because you really have no idea what I'm doing. It's not until I'm doing this and you may be like, what is she doing? But it's when I turn it around, then you see, oh, I see, because you're seeing it as a whole. See, I'm hardening some of the edges on the tree. And I really want to make this one big. This one's going to run off the canvas as well. Okay, let's see what that looks like. See how it's building up? And I want to make this really crooked. I just came up with an idea. I want to show you how to paint a tree that's been, I guess, struck by lightning. I just came and I looked at this. So I'm not going to paint this one off the canvas. I am just going to go a little bit higher, like so. Okay, and we're going to leave it like that. So I grabbed myself a stool. I'm sitting down now because all the work that has to be done, we need to have some fine detail. And I really hope I'm not going to get my head in the way. I've cleaned up my palette. Now I'm going to show you more things that are in the actual written instructions so you can practice and learn different things. I have a little bit of phthalo blue here, ultramarine blue, yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and burnt umber. And what I want to do now is I want to show you how to, we're going to darken the trees and we're going to start building up a little bit of highlight. And when we're darkening the trees, we have to think that the focus, when we're looking at the painting, our focus is going right into this area of the painting. Okay, it's like a path that's been opened in, and we're going into here. So if we're thinking that this is going to be the focus of the painting, we can even make it, the focus over here. I want to make this outside area, the outsides of the trees, a little bit darker, and the insides of the trees, as we get closer to the center, a little bit lighter. So first, let's get into darkening the trees. This is where you're really going to see them pop. And I'm going to blot my brush, and let's take a little bit of ultramarine blue and burnt umber. You can even use phthalo blue and burnt umber, it doesn't really matter. Either one for this particular exercise creates a dark mix. And I'm going to take the brush with the chiseled edge facing the outside. So the chiseled edge is facing the outside with the stronger edge, and I can use this opportunity as well to widen the trees if I need to. You'll notice that I didn't add any water to the paint because I need the paint now to be thick. All I did was dampen my brush so the paint doesn't dry instantly in the bristles. Okay, this does take a little bit of time, but don't rush through it because this is it. We're getting into our detail stages now. But you notice I'm still making things blocky, not one continuous stroke. I'm making them blocky like this. Okay. Now if you find that your paint is starting to dry out, mine are because of the studio lights, just a light mist. You don't want to thin them out too much. Okay. Putting some bumps in there. Like so. And I'm not going to worry about the inside yet. And let's put another little branch right here like so. I'm just going to widen this now. Now you can turn your painting around if that makes it easier. Where are we? We're right here. Let's make a little knot there. And practice doing this particular step, like the different trees, in a journal. It'll really help. It'll really help, creating some interesting shapes. Now what I want to do is I want to create another branch off here. So I'm going to turn this way now. And right through here, jiggy, jiggy, jiggy. Okay, now my hand's going to be in the way, sorry. And now I'm just going to, so I use the brush to sketch first, and then I add the detail after. Let's put another one here. You don't need to worry about too many details on the branches because we're going to be adding foliage to them. You can choose though where you want to put the foliage. Okay, so now we're going to come in and do this side. Oops, this is not big enough. So we're going to continue on just darkening the branches on the left side. Some of them you may not need to do a lot of work. But you don't need to cover the whole thing. The ones on the outside though, they really need to be the darkest. But as we come in, it's just the left side that's going to be painted. Like this one here, I'm going about halfway with the dark paint, the dark color. About halfway. And this one here, same thing. This one I'll paint the whole thing dark. And then this one here, I'll just do the left edge. You can also add in additional trees if you want. You can paint more. And let's paint that one in there. And it's going to make a bit more of a mix. A little bit more paint. I'm going to fix this tree. I'm just going to make this a more of a solid tree. And we're going to split a branch off here. Put it right behind this one. Make a branch that sticks out that way. And let's thicken that up. Okay. And we're going to be putting, now I put a lot of little branches here because I'm going to put some foliage back here, and I want just a few of these branches sticking out. And darken just this side here, the left side. This is the tree trunk. We're gonna make it look like it was hit by lightning. Okay, so we're just gonna do the left side. Same thing here, just the left side. And allow the strokes to be irregular. Don't paint one solid line. Some strokes will be thicker, some strokes will be thinner. And not going to worry about bringing the dark paint all the way to the top, because as the branches get thinner, they tend to disappear. Okay, then we're going to do the right side on these ones. Not going to do them all. Don't forget, because we need some light ones to go into the background. I'm going to turn this way. A little bit more blue. And brown, come over here. This one's going to be mostly dark, leaving a little bit of a space on the side here. So see, here was just the left side, then more down the middle, and this one's going to be completely dark. So the sides that are going to be the lightest will be highlighted. Okay. This is going to be solid. Turn this over. Still going to make that blocky. So, okay, just going to rinse my brush. Now we don't need to let this dry now. We can work wet on wet. I'm going to take burnt sienna now. And well, while we're here, actually no, let's turn this around. Now we're going to add burnt sienna. Just going to put a little bit of burnt sienna, just a little bit, just a speck on the area that we didn't paint. I added a little bit here as well, just a little bit. And I'm making these strokes very irregular. Where some there's a bit more burnt sienna and some where there's not as much. And here we'll just put a little bit here because that's a small tree. And I know that I don't want to do anything with these because these are going to be covered in foliage. And then this one here, we'll put the burnt sienna just on the outside and at the top. And I know it looks funny right now. We're at the blocking stage. We start the detail stage actually in the next step. Okay. Now actually while we're here, let's take just pure burnt umber, and now we can just in some spots with the burnt umber just come in. You know what? Now I'm going to go back to the dark because the burnt umber, it's too similar. Go back to that dark and just go right into the wet paint and smudge it in, but as a rough, like just almost like you're coloring really, really fast. Don't make it perfect. There we go. Okay, it's still quite dark. These should be very, very dark. Burnt sienna. The beauty of this is that you can let them dry, the trees dry, or you can work on wet on wet. The wet on wet for this is a little bit easier. And you'll also notice that this painting that I'm working on here does not have as many trees as in the written lesson. So you choose how many you want. I want to show you as many varieties as possible. So we have a nice close-up now. You can see where the strokes are very irregular. Now you know why I keep telling you now you have to stand back from your piece, because if you're just looking at this and not looking at anything else, you'll end up fussing too much with it. You need to be able to stand back because it looks completely different. Now I put a lot of burnt sienna there. Am I going to worry? Nope. I'm just going to blend it out, although this tree is supposed to be dark. We can come back with some dark mix and blend it in. See how simple that is? And you can take some yellow ochre now and just touch in a little bit of yellow ochre, like so. A little bit jiggy jags. Now this branch is going to be is behind this one here, so I'm not going to. I'm going to paint right over it. Jiggy jag. If I wanted to create a knot hole, now using black does make it easier for a knot hole. Let me just put out some black on the palette because it's opaque. I can take a little bit of black and right in here, let's say I want to put a knot hole here, just like so. And I know it's hard to see, that just gives you an idea of what you can do. And we just put a little bit more of the yellow here. You're not going to put any yellow on this side. It's going to stay on this outside edge here. And layer. Okay. Then we can come in with a little bit of burnt umber. The more layers you do like this, the more textured your painting is going to be, and the more interesting it's going to be. So I'm just going between yellow ochre on this on the inside edges of the trees, and burnt sienna and burnt umber to balance everything out. And you can use black for a knot hole. Now, in the written lesson, I've got this laid out as separate steps. It's easier, to be honest with you, if you do them all at the same time. Because if you find something when, oh, there's not quite enough dark there, come back here with a little bit of burnt umber and pop that in, or the burnt umber with the blue. Okay. I want to refine this a little bit more. I'm just using burnt umber for this. I don't want it to be as dark as these. I don't want it to be as light as these. So a little bit of burnt umber here. And go back in with my yellow ochre. I've yet to clean my brush. Like I said, the more layers you do of this, the thicker the paint's going to become, and the texture is going to be absolutely amazing. And you can choose to put in as many trees as you want. And I'm moving around, so I'm doing the whole painting as a whole. Now the only thing that I'm doing, which is specifically for video purposes, is I would always be turning the painting around and be doing these trees and moving back. A lot of turning. So it's a bit distracting for video. And you're more than welcome to work on your painting at your own pace and turn it around as often as you want. Now the inside is what has a little bit of the yellow. The paint on the palette started to dry up a little bit. Just going to mist it. If you find too that you want to get a really thin line of yellow ochre, you can also use your round brush. Now this one here, this is where the tree is broken. I'm going to really highlight that with yellow here. At very rough strokes. There should be nothing with a pure, perfect line, because this is tree bark that we're painting. And when you're done this, another color mixture you can try is painting the trees with orange. All I'm painting are the inside sides of the branches. So I'm going to pretend I'm going to put too much yellow over here. Oh no, what do? You wipe off the excess off your brush, go back into either burnt umber, burnt sienna, and just touch that back in. That's the beauty of acrylics. And if it's too much, you let it dry and then you cover it up. And that happy little purposeful accident actually turned out to be much nicer than I expected. There we go. That turned out really nice. Wow. Should have did all the trees like that. Now the tree on the outside, I'm just going to put a little bit of yellow ochre on the very, very edge. Very edge. And none on the bottom, just up here. Oh, I love that. Love that, love that. So take a look. Okay. I'm digging this. I'm going to widen this out just a little bit. I'm using burnt sienna just to widen it out a little bit. Now this stuff here isn't covered in the lesson. This is just the extra bonus stuff I'm showing you. Widening out a branch after you've detailed it, you can just go right to a brighter color. I'm going to take burnt umber And just go on the inside edge, oh sorry, the outside edge, just to darken it a bit. Okay. And I'm going to go to burnt sienna, just burnt sienna. Whoops. Now, there's a water drop here. Make sure that your ferrule is free from water drops, because there's nothing more frustrating than when you're working on your painting that's quite detailed and you get a big blob of water on your canvas. We're putting a lot of foliage here, so that's why these branches here look kind of funny. I'm putting foliage on top, and I want the branches, some parts of the branches, to show up, not all of them. Okay, I really love the way that the yellow ochre is just popping on here. I'm going to put a little bit thicker here. Yellow ochre seems to really work with the burnt sienna, and that's because they're earth tone colors. They naturally go well together. There's going to be some foliage here, so I'm not going to worry about that, but I absolutely love how that turned out. That turned out really nice. Oh, let me put a little bit of yellow ochre on this one. See all these little detailings that we're doing now? This is what takes time, and you have to be mindful not to overdo it. Less is better, because after you've looked at it for a bit, standing away from the painting, you may notice, okay, I think this needs a little bit of this, and this needs a little bit of that, but it doesn't need it here, here, or here. Beautiful. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to show you in another step pushing these highlights to another level. I'm taking a bit of blue and brown, and right here I want to darken this a little bit more. I like using blue to create the black because it's not muddy. Like the black that's here is the knot hole looks black, but here you've got the richness of the blue, and it looks so it's just so vibrant. To make a knot hole, it's the same thing. You just, with the blue and brown. Okay, one last touch. I'm going to turn this around. Have not cleaned my brush. I'm going right into yellow ochre, and I'm just going to clean up that edge here. Just add a little bit of yellow ochre right in here, not too much. These are at the top. They're right in the sky, so the light is going to hit them. I'm just going to put a little bit of yellow ochre just on the top here, again closer to the sky. I'm going to have some foliage here as well. None on the bottom though. Okay, that's it. So now we're going to clean our brushes and we're going to let this dry. This part is a lot of fun. We're going to be working on the bottom now, and I moved the painting up a little bit higher. And we're going to be making a bunch of different greens. Now this is where you can get some real knowledge on making different greens instead of using just a pure green. So on the palette, what I have is I have Viridian, Phthalo Blue, Phthalocyanine Blue, but I'm going to call it Phthalo Blue. So Viridian, Phthalo Blue, Ultramarine Blue, Lemon Yellow, Yellow Ochre, Burnt Sienna, Burnt Umber, and Black. No white paint allowed. And instead of just going ahead and using Viridian, we can make different greens by using Phthalo Blue, Lemon Yellow, Phthalo Blue, Yellow Ochre, Phthalo Blue, Burnt Sienna, and then Ultramarine Blue with the Lemon Yellow, Ultramarine Blue with Yellow Ochre, not with Burnt Sienna because it'll make it too dark. You can also alter a green with Viridian and Lemon Yellow, Viridian, and Yellow Ochre. Then you can turn around and, with different combinations, add more yellow, more blue. You can take this blue with a bit of this green, you can get really different varieties. So experiment in an art journal or on scrap paper just to see what you can get. We're not going to be worried about a teaspoon of this and a teaspoon of that. We're just going to pick and mix the colors. So what I like to do is we're going to start with a bit of the brighter color here, but we don't want to make the green too bright because we want to make sure that we see the yellow flowers. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is we'll just take yellow, lemon yellow, and a touch of ultramarine blue. Let's see what green we get with that. And this makes a green that's more on the blue side. Okay, and just going to work, we'll just work up here. Now you can see it's transparent. It's because ultramarine blue by nature is transparent. So we're just going to work up here. And the good thing about this is that we're going to be working many layers. You won't be able to see the tree line. Okay. Well, that's one type of green. Now because it's transparent, a lot of this blue is showing through. Well, how about if we try making it a little bit duller and darker? So if we were to take, I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush. What if we take yellow ochre? A little bit of phthalo blue, a touch of phthalo blue. Okay, now yellow, when you use phthalo blue, it automatically becomes really, really bright. Not enough paint. Bring it a little bit more. Now that color, see, that's still a little bit too much yellow ochre. Bring in a bit more phthalo blue, and let's touch in a speck of black. The black will neutralize it. Look at that. See that difference? See, now look how opaque that is. Because the yellow ochre is really, really opaque. The black is opaque. Okay, that's why. It cancels everything out. So, you know what? Let's just bring this right across. And of course, I didn't make enough paint. But I'm just patting and patting. Now, you see why I'm patting? Creates all this really cool edges here. That's what we want. Let's make up some more. And you notice that I'm not fussing with, oh, I didn't quite make the right mixture. They're different. I added too much blue or too much black. Now this one here is definitely more on the yellow ochre side. So I'm going to just come in here, a bit more blue. There we go. And we're just going to pat. Do not paint like this because you're going to get a straight line. We don't want that. We want that. You can turn the brush a little bit to get some little bumples. That's a really fancy artistic term, bumples. Okay. How interesting is that? Now I do have it going down a little bit. I don't want to go down because your eyes are going to lead off the painting. So I'm just going to bring this up a little bit higher. Like so. Okay. And if you wanted to, you could paint the side of your canvas green as well. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so that's one type. Now, what do we have with, let's say we need more paint. Well, why don't we just get rid of all the paint that's on the brush. Let's just get rid of everything. Because it's only going to help. Okay, let's use up that paint there. It'll only help. Ooh, I really like this. Let's see if we can cover up all that blue. And you should have no problem doing that. So what I'm doing now is showing you, basically you could use this technique if you happen to paint something to repurpose a canvas. You have something that you don't like, or let's say it's something you were just making color charts on and be ashamed to throw it out because you don't need it anymore. Well, why not repurpose it? Because the blue, for this one here, the blue underneath is adding a little bit to the green. Look how beautiful. We could leave it just the way it is. Not going to, because I have to show you some more stuff. So this is how you can repurpose a canvas. paint goes quite far. Okay, wet on wet. Let's see what happens. If we were just to take yellow, pick up a little bit of ultramarine blue. The yellow you get with ultramarine blue is much different than the yellow you get with phthalo blue and yellow ochre. We don't want to make the grass too yellow, because then the yellow flowers will disappear. So if I'm painting this here and I'm thinking, okay, well, if I want to paint yellow flowers, are they even going to show up? And a way to test that, if you were to take yellow, is that enough contrast? It's not bad. It's not bad, but look at the contrast if you had the dark here. Massively different. Okay? Huge. So what you don't want to do is create your green to be too light. So if we take our yellow with our green, which is what we did here, and to that, let's add a little bit of iridium. And it's still green, but it's a little bit more intense. We're just going to pad. And what all these different types of green do is that it creates layers of foliage. And the flat brush is the perfect brush for this. The flat bristle brush. Now let's take, again, dirty brush, yellow ochre. We created yellow ochre with phthalo blue for the dark green. Now let's take yellow ochre with ultramarine blue. See what we get. We get a very, still too much yellow ochre. So let's grab a little bit more ultramarine blue. It's a very, very dull green. You know what we can do with that? We can also add in a speck of phthalo blue, which will intensify the green a little bit more. Look at that. See the difference? And so now with this, I'm going to twist and turn the brush to create some interesting pockets. It's all about texture in the grass. The reason why we're doing the grass first is because this is the technique you're going to use when applying foliage to the trees. Okay, let's go into a little bit more yellow ochre right in there. Did I say yellow ochre? Did I just go into lemon yellow? Lemon yellow. And nice and thick right here. And you're basically just layering a little bit of yellow ochre, burnt sienna. We can take a little bit of iridium, a little bit more burnt sienna, a bit more iridium. So play with the greens to see what you like, because that's really going to be the only way that you're going to learn what the colors can do for you. I love this, all this stuff here. Absolutely love it. We need to, though, darken this side here because the field is much lighter in the center, because that's going to draw our eye right into here. Take a little bit of yellow ochre, just yellow ochre. And what this is going to do now with the bit, oopsie, oh, look what I did. I was not paying attention. I accidentally picked up some burnt sienna. Should I rinse out my brush? If you rinse out your brush, you're going to have a lot of water in it, and because we've already added burnt sienna in here, we can get away with this. Don't spend all the time talking like I'm doing now because it's going to dry, but just wipe off the excess on the outside and blend it in. Pick up a little bit of blue, ultramarine blue, and tap that in there. Okay. The yellow ochre, a little bit of phthalo blue. There we go. Hazard avoided. You have a lot more time than I do, so don't go as fast as I am. There we go. And I want to bring this a little bit brighter. Got to be careful though, because we still have to be able to put the yellow of the flowers. What we're going to do is when we put the flowers in, we're going to probably do an underpainting. When I say probably, because I don't know what this is going to look like when it's dry. It's going to be darker. So we're probably going to do an underpainting of the flowers in yellow ochre. See, I picked up yellow ochre by mistake. There we go. So let's now take a little bit of burnt umber, a little bit yellow, and now let's think of creating a little bit of pockets of foliage now. So I'm just patting. This part here was not included in the written lesson, but just to show you, you can create little pockets, you know, in little clumps of foliage. You can do that. A little bit higher right here, and just bring it down, because the paint is basically going on the top edge. And then what you could do with whatever you have left over, you could paint the bottom edge if you wanted to. That's totally up to you. I'm going to take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit more of the blue, phthalo blue. And I hit that with a little lemon yellow as well. I'm just going to put that just around the top here. That's pretty good. So you can let this dry, and if you really want to get the really high contrast, you could even make it even darker. So I'm going to put my brush in water because I want to show you a couple of things. Keeping in mind that this is going to dry darker. So look how dark that one is, and look how light that one is. Okay, so dark on that edge. That's about that same color there. So I took the best of both worlds. I absolutely love the abstract and softness of the flowers here, but I really love the trees here. So I'm kind of taking the both sets, and it's up to you, you know, how you want to do it. You may not even like yellow flowers. And to that, I would just say use whatever color you want. Okay, so now that you're armed with the knowledge of how to paint the grass, we're going to use that same technique, okay, and we're going to paint some foliage into the trees. So same technique as the grass to do the trees. The only difference is the foliage in the center, like again, and the inside center will be a little bit brighter because there's more light here. The top will be a little bit brighter, but the foliage that's lower on the bottom and to the outside edge will be a little bit darker. So, well, might as well just start with the outside edge and work our way in. We could take yellow ochre, go right into the dirty palette, a little bit of phthalo blue. Let's dull it down, a little bit of burnt sienna or burnt umber. Get some practice. I'm patting the brush. I'm distributing the paint in there. Really, the bristle brushes can take it. Okay. And the stroke we're going to work on is just like this. Okay. Let's start here, and we'll just put a little bit here. Because what we're going to be able to do is, if you want to put foliage behind the tree, like what I'm doing here, this is behind the tree. when we put the foliage in, you're going to choose which trees you want to bring forward and repaint them again. You'll never be able just to, do this on the outside and have it look natural that the foliage is behind the tree. So we just paint right on top of it. There's a little bit of foliage here, and twist and turn your brush so the strokes aren't so repetitive. Pat the brush right here. Let's do this one here. Twist and turn the brush. We're also going to be adding additional little tree branches. Look at the shape. Don't make everything into a triangle. That makes for boring trees. Okay. So this is the dark green mixture. Let's see if I can go on an angle so you can see what I'm doing. So we're working with a relatively dark green mixture. Now I only re-tapped here. I haven't reloaded my brush because as I'm painting, the paint is getting lighter and lighter. Not so much because of, well, the only reason is because I'm running out of paint. So we can use that to our advantage. Make sure you leave nice little pockets of sky showing through. And as the paint really starts to run out, come in and start putting in some foliage. This is the foliage that would be behind the scenes. Make sure you turn and twist your brush. And you notice I'm keep stopping and looking because I'm making sure that I'm not overdoing it. All these little dead branches, you should still be able to see through them. There's going to be a dark clump over here. Very far into distance. And we can put just a little bit here. Just a little bit more here. Twist, twist, twist. I myself like this here, this spot here, but it's too close to the edge of the canvas and it's too bright. Your eye kind of automatically goes there. So I'm going to cut that down a bit by putting some paint here. I still haven't reloaded my brush. Tappy, tappy, tappy. I've got some videos as well on my website about trees, different types of trees and negative space drawing and painting. It's beyond the scope of this lesson, but you're more than welcome to check them out. All the information will be at the end of this video. There we go. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. We've got some nice space here. Well, what we can do is we can let this dry and then we can come in and then we can add a few more branches. I'm looking here. This is where you want to look at your painting and think, okay, if I want to add some dark foliage behind a tree and I want to add maybe another tree branch or overpaint. Let's say I want to keep this tree in the front here, but if I wanted to add a lot of dark foliage back here, this is now when you want to do it. Because when you start adding in the extra branches in that, every layer you add on top of that becomes darker and darker and darker. I'm going to make this a little bit darker here. Okay, this is quite quite dark and this is quite dark, so I'm not going to do a heck of a lot here. I'll put a little bit more in here. This is going to be, there's going to be a lot of foliage on this one here. Let's make up a little bit more paint. The yellow ochre, I think a little lemon yellow, a little bit of phthalo blue. You need dark to show light, so once you get some dark on there, you can start putting that in. And the trees will be a little bit brighter on the inside and on the top edges. Okay, so I'm not going to put any of this bright yellow in here because this is dark. We're also going to overpaint this tree to bring that in front. You're not really painting every single leaf. You're painting the impression of the foliage. Add some branches in there. Add a few little branches in here. It's a little bit of a brighter yellow, so I'm going to reload now. Whoops, forgot to tap off. Didn't tap off, and look how thick that is now. That's still okay though. That is beautiful. I really like that. I picked up a little bit more yellow. Now I can pick some spots that I want to highlight a little bit more with just the yellow. This is all about details now. I picked up pure yellow and just tapped it on my brush. The yellowy green is going to be more at the top where the sun is hitting it and on the inside. These trees are way in the background. You're not going to see a lot of this stuff. All right. Oh, and then let's put a little bit more here. Cool. There we go. Okay, I'm going to rinse my brush now because we're not going to need that big brush. And we can come back. The similar mixes that we were making for the tree branches, we're going to do the same thing now. So take a blue and a brown to make a dark. And we can come in and go back over, tidy up the edges on the trees that you want to stay in front. Okay, and what that'll do, that'll set the branches into the back. In this tree, I'm not worried too much. I want to add a few extra branches though to it. I do want to bring this one forward, so we're going to repaint this one. And what I'm doing is I'm covering the foliage. I'm covering any of the green foliage that may have been painted on top of it. And this one here, I'm not too worried about that one. I want to overpaint this one here. I'm going to turn my canvas around. And this is going to be painted with that dark mixture, like so. Okay, a little bit more brown, a little bit more blue. And I'm going to paint that in there. There we go. Let that fade out. Bring a little of that dark in here. Okay. There we go. So let's see. Now we're going to turn around and we're going to come back in. We take a little bit of yellow ochre and come back in. And this is in front. So this is where you're going to adjust the highlights that you put in, so you don't lose them. So basically the trees that are in front, come back in, you re-highlight. And I find that the step that we did before doing the highlighting, it kind of gives you an idea what trees you do want to keep in the foreground. If these are in the background, so I'm not worried. This tree has foliage, but I can just hit it with a little bit of yellow right in here to add a little bit of interest. Okay. Whoops, couldn't see there. And get some dark in there. This tree kind of got lost. Okay. And to add a few extra little branches, we can take our round brush and go in with whatever mixture you want. So if you want the dark branches are going to be dark, then middle range branches are going to be like a burnt umber, and then you've got some lighter branches that are going to be with burnt sienna. So you can vary the mixtures, it's not a problem. And come in here now and just start and just add some branches. And make the paint fluid enough. Keeping in mind that some of the branches you're putting in, if the paint is too thick, they will appear in the front. So we want to make sure that the paint is thin enough so it blends in. Okay, and let's see this branch here. Let's just put a little bit of line. Let's put this brush away. Go with I'm gonna take some burnt sienna, a little bit of blue. Paint's getting a little bit dry there. Get this watery. And now these would be for the dark branches, but there is quite a bit of water in them. The water will help the branches dry out a lot lighter. You just gotta be careful not to overdo. The branches. That's pretty. Make that a little bit thicker. Okay. Whoops, what did I pick up there? Picked up a little bit of green. I've got this quite watery. So I'm going to add, I'm going to bring this down. I'm just going to add another branch here. Now I need to go to my flat brush because it'll make the stroke a little bit bigger. Where am I? Here. Nope, wrong color. Burnt umber, use phthalo blue. There we go. it'll bring this tree into the foreground because it's much darker. If the tree is lighter, it'll go into the background. Okay. Let's go with a burnt sienna, a little bit of ultramarine blue, quite a bit of water, and let's here I'll veer off that. Okay. That'll dry quite light. While I'm at it, let's overpaint this branch because this is in front of that little tree I just painted. Okay, but it's behind this one, so I can just add another branch there. Okay. What if you wanted to add a few more background branches? What do? Put some white on your palette and you can add white to whatever mixture you have. Okay. That dried bristle there. And then you can come in. That's a bit too light, so let's go in here. Still a little bit light. I'm doing it very, very slowly. And you notice I'm not going over the same spot all the time. Okay. Add a few of those there. I like that. I want to do something in here. Let's go into some dark. Add some there. And although what I'm showing you is what's working for me, only you'll be able to tell where to put tree branches for what's appealing to you. I just smudged this here. I'm going to put some more paint here. I completely smudged, and I actually lifted the paint right off the canvas. Let that dry before I do anything with it. So now I have to adjust with a little bit of green. I'll use this opportunity to shade a little bit. The grass will be a little bit darker in front of the trees anyways because of shadows. There we go. Alrighty, so I'm liking that, and I think I'm gonna leave the trees. Oh no, you know what? No, as they leave the trees, but I'm seeing some spots here now that the paint is starting to dry. That's just be careful putting your hand on the canvas if the paint's not dry yet. Right here, this is where I got myself into some trouble. Let's just put a few here. Some broken lines for some branches. Let's soften that up a bit. And as you run out of paint, use that opportunity to fill in branches that are more in the background. Okay, I want to make a little bit of an adjustment. I want to make a little bit of an adjustment, but I want to wait for this to dry. I have to block this in. I want to add a little bit more green foliage. I'm going to take my little flat brush and I'm just going to create a little bit of a green mixture, yellow ochre, phthalo blue, burnt sienna, to get the same type of green mix that we have here. I'm going to wipe out a lot of it off the brush, and some spots where I just want to create little bits of dark pockets, and where the branches are or the foliage is a little bit more detailed, that's where I use this brush. Because it's much smaller, I can get finer detail. I'm doing the same thing, roly-polying the brush. But the strokes are just not as wide. Make sure you wipe out the brush first. And where this comes into play is branches that the foliage where it's in front of the branch. That's where you would use this. A bit more. This one does take a little bit more time because the brush is so small. Just make sure you wipe the excess off first. Okay. And here we're going to highlight this with a little bit of yellow as well. Because this tree is so close to the top, it would naturally have a lot of foliage. Because the sun's just feeding it. Okay. Take a little bit of even lemon yellow now. And touch a little bit of lemon yellow. Just in some spots in the wet paint. The tops and on the inside where the trees would be highlighted. And this is easier done in wet paint. Slowly. Now where the paint is dry, you just need to scrub a little bit more. Now here I'm just going to take a little bit of lemon yellow and just touch and rub. Rub that paint in there. In here. Now here's going to be interesting. I want to, because there's a big pocket of air here, so I'm going to create a clump at the top here, and there'll be nothing down at the bottom. Just be like that. And when you put the yellow over the blue sky, it naturally turns green. Because the lemon yellow is a more transparent paint, the blue is going to show through and the paint is going to turn yellow. Scrub that in there. There we go. I'll just add a little bit in here, not too much. I think that looks pretty good. You may be tempted to add white to the yellow, but don't, because the white is going to, all it's going to do is just lighten the value, and the yellow is going to become very chalky. And if we take our round brush and go back into some dark, and we can come in and add a few more branches, and that'll just have it where it'll look like the branches are intermingled in with the foliage. Hopefully not going to get in the way here. Oops. A little bit more water. You're not going to cover the whole branch. You can create new branches, but you don't want to paint over an entire branch that's already there, because you want the foliage to be within the branches. Like some where the foliage is in front, some of it's in back. And sometimes you might see a spot where you need another branch. There we go. Okay, that's it for that. I'm going to move down to the bottom now, and I'm just going to blot out my brush. And I want to do a little bit of prep work for the foreground here, because we're going to ready to paint the flowers. I just want to create a little bit of a grassy area that's just a speck of shadow, a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of phthalo green, same mix as before. And I'm just going to create more of a little bit of land here. And I do see a little bit of the canvas showing through, which is why I'm adding this in. If you don't see any canvas showing through, then don't worry about it. But I see a little bit showing through. That's just because of the texture of the canvas. I want to make sure that everything is covered. I do not want any of the canvas showing through. I want a little bit darker than that though. I'll take a little bit of burnt umber in there. Get all the different layers, and then burnt umber, a little bit more blue for the sides. Don't forget, the sides and the front are going to be much darker. Just scrub it in. You're not going to hurt the canvas. You want it to be dark enough So the yellow is going to have some contrast. There we go. And on top of that, where you're going to have some dark patches, and take a little bit more yellow ochre, again, a little bit more blue. I'm making them small patches. I don't want to overdo it. I'm going to add a little bit of black. And add some spots here, because these are going to add for some of the pockets of darkness inside. It's much easier to paint the grass dark than it is to paint the grass dark after the flowers have gone in. But you don't want it to be solid, because that'll be really boring. And where you want the flowers to pop, if the grass is a little bit darker, the yellow is really going to stand out. And when we paint the flowers, we're going to be underpainting the flowers first with yellow ochre, and then we're going to go back over them with lemon yellow. And that's only because lemon yellow is more transparent. So I think that's got some pretty good characteristics there. So we'll leave that. And now we're going to let this completely dry, and then we're going to block our flowers in with yellow ochre, and then we're going to go back over with a little bit of lemon yellow. We'll add our top of burnt sienna, and now everything's starting to come into place now where we're getting down to the final details. To paint the flowers, you can use the round brush. You can also use a little rounded filbert brush. And everything is pretty dark right now, so it'll be a little bit harder to see. And we just take yellow ochre, and all you're really doing is painting a rounded triangle, I guess would be the right way of saying it. You're painting like that. Okay, so you're going to basically paint random. Don't pick any pattern, like all the same line. You can even put one on the tree. All yellow ochre. Now this will take a little bit of time. I'm going to put a stem there. These will just make them really, really high, tall. Oh, my paint is getting a little bit thick there. Oops. See, I picked up a little bit of dried paint on my palette. So it's time to mist. There we go. So this is with the filbert brush. And if you were to use the round brush, so it's the same. It just depends on what's more comfortable for you. And then some you can make them with little petals like this. And don't forget to make little ones. The little ones that are in the background, they're going to be left as yellow ochre. We're not going to be highlighting them. And if you want them to be much softer, you can do them on the when the painting is still wet. It also depends on how many you want to put in. Do you want to put a lot of the flowers in? Less? More? It's up to you. You see, as the yellow is drying, it's getting much, much darker. Avoid putting a bunch in the corner. We don't want our eyes focusing on there. And as I'm coming down to the bottom, I'm making them quite dry brush and very light, not as detailed as the ones up here. The ones that you want really open, make them with a little bit of a cap on top. And as you run out of paint, work towards the bottom, or just make little itty bitty ones, little smudges. Little smudges like this are just where they're invisible. Okay. And now you can let the canvas dry. You can also do this wet on wet. So I'll show you wet on wet. You come in with the lemon yellow and you're just overstroking. You're not covering all of the yellow ochre though. And if you get the ridges of paint, that's fine because it looks like it's petals. Like so. Now if you don't want the ridges of paint, just soften them up. That's up to you. You just soften the stroke out. And then once you do this, you can always come back, if you wanted to add more flowers. You can also add another layer of yellow ochre if you wanted to the flower, and then another layer of lemon yellow. That'll make the flowers really, really full. If you put just lemon yellow by itself, the flower disappears. Okay? It just kind of disappears. So the yellow ochre first helps with the opacity, because lemon yellow is transparent. And these are just the impressions of flowers. Let's see what else. We got one here. One here. Go. Oh, I've got one here. After a while, they all start to look the same. A lot of flowers. Okay. Got one here. All right. And then you can let this dry. Then you would come back and say, okay, well, I need to make them just a little bit more brighter. And this is now where, if you needed to, you could add a little bit of white to them. But before we do that, you paint in some stems. And what I like to do with the stems, and you can do this wet on wet as well, it's just some ultramarine blue and yellow ochre. And the stems will be almost invisible. You get some water in there. They'll be almost invisible, and you're randomly painting them in. Okay, so just here, here. It's just the impression. It's just touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift. And you can add, again, once you do this, you can add as many flowers as you want. Add more, add less. But you can tell now where the darkness adds some nice contrast into the flower. I am going to add a lot more flowers, but I just want to basically show you what needs to be done. The flower stage does take a long time. So now that I've shown you the basics for the flowers, you can add in as many as you want. Okay. And then I've got that in there. I'll come in with my yellow ochre. And I'll put some more in. It is a field of yellow, so you want to make sure there's a lot of flowers. Or not. That's completely up to you. It's your painting. And I like my flowers being blended into the background, where they're not so bright. And to do that, you just use whatever paint is in your brush that's left over before reloading. And I'm going to switch over to the filbert brush just to show you that as well. We started with the filbert. The filbert, you can do them a little bit faster. And I also like how they their shapes. Get a few more right here. Ooh, that's thick paint. That's okay, we can make use of that. And I'm using up everything in my brush because the just slightest indication of a flower just makes it look like it's set really deep into the grass. What I don't want is just spots. Now this one here, the flowers are very spotty, but they're very much in focus, almost like a planted garden, where the other painting, they're just in the background. And with this method here, you wouldn't necessarily highlight every single flower. And just even down here, now it's just using whatever's in the brush and just painting a few indications. Make them nice and soft, almost abstract. Okay, and then now come in now with the yellow, lemon yellow, and pick which ones you want to highlight, either wet on wet. The highlighting is better with the round brush though. Either wet on wet or wet on dry, doesn't matter. Get that layer in there. The flowers you've already painted with lemon yellow, you can add more, or I'm going to show you something else. Again, you don't have to highlight every flower as well. The ones that are really soft and diffused, I'm not going to bother. If you take a touch of white, this is why we want to avoid white, the flower becomes too opaque, where the color, the yellows it doesn't mix in with the previous layer. That's why I like, that's why I avoid using white for this particular step. If you wanted to though, with the white, let's say you want to create a bigger flower, then you can come in with the white and do that, but it sticks out too much. And to correct it, just come back in with yellow ochre. And just put that back in there, then come back with the yellow, without the white. Paint's getting a little bit dry. I missed that. There we go. Very, very soft field of yellow flowers. And you pick just a few just to really pop the tops with yellow. That's too much yellow. Let the yellow ochre shine through. And if you find that it doesn't matter how much yellow you're putting in there, that they just are disappearing, your background's very likely too light. That's why these flowers really pop, because the background is so dark. Or you don't have enough yellow ochre to break the transparency. All I'm doing now is I'm picking out certain flowers where I'm putting a lot of paint to create the individual flowers. This is a long step, so do it slowly. It doesn't matter how many times you go over it, you'll realize, oh, I missed this flower. Oops, I missed this flower. A bit more yellow ochre just to refine some of the flowers that are, they're a little, I want to open them up a little bit more. And come back with the yellow ochre and retouch it. Not even bothering to clean my brush. And only once we're done the flowers, then you come in with the lemon yellow with a little bit of white and touch the top. But only when it's dry. Okay, so while you continue on doing that, the centers of the flowers are done with burnt sienna, and it's just a top, and it may be hard to see on some of it. You just want to pop that in there. Best done with your round brush. Every flower is going to have a dot at the top. Little ones you can just touch. Bigger ones, it's an actual stroke. And it's these centerpieces here. And I like using the burnt sienna for this because burnt sienna is brown that's on the reddish side, and red is opposite to green on the color wheel, so they naturally make each other pop with color. Too much there. Don't use black. It'll be way too strong. Okay. And I'm making the stroke this way because I can, as I'm bringing the stroke down, I'm putting a little bit more pressure that makes the stroke fatter and softer on the bottom. Like touch and push, touch and push, touch and push. And that makes the stroke soft and fat on the bottom. And where they're almost invisible, it's just a touch, 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 touch. Okay, am I missing any? Oh yeah, miss this one. Make sure that every flower has, I'm pretty sure I'm missing. Okay. And then, maybe that was a little too big. Now you can come back over with yellow with just a speck of white. You let it dry if you want, and then you're going to come in and you're just going to add a little cap of this bright yellow on the very top. You need to make just a little bit more paint there. The white just helps with the opacity. And it's the flowers that are closer to the center that I'm going to do this on. Ones that are really bright yellow. And I'm just touching underneath this, where the brown part is, the stamen. I'm gonna come in, you know what, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna come with a little yellow ochre there. This one's just too much yellow. And even when doing this, if you find your flowers don't stand out, again, it's very likely that your grass is just too light. You can come back in and paint over the whole thing with a darker green, and then just do it again. Oops, that was too much white. I forgot to put some yellow ochre there. So even doing these strokes, I'm finding some flowers that I just want to, as they're drying, adding in a few extra flowers. You can add in as many as you want. You see how the ones that really pop, you really stand out. Oops, I picked up black. Rinse my brush. And I think now just back with a little bit of yellow ochre and just overlay some of the flowers. All I'm doing now is I'm just adding another layer just to make them a little bit fuller. You may not need to do this. Coming with a lemon yellow right on top. I'm doing the paint quite thickly. I'm doing the paint quite quickly. That wasn't very good grammar. I'm using the paint quite thickly. And as you add more and more paint, the layers become more opaque, and it's actually the paint you start seeing and not the transparent layers. Even putting the yellow over the white is beautiful. That's too much paint. And you just repeat this as far as you want to go. As many flowers. And then once you've got that done, then it's a matter of just coming in and making some final little adjustments. The only thing I really want to do is I'm going to take some burnt sienna, phthalo blue, and a touch of black. A lot of water with my round brush, and just touch in some stems. And using a lot of water will ensure that the stroke blends into the background. And if you find that the stroke completely disappears, I was just too much water. But you can always come back and add, do another mixture with less water. It's always best to start with more water for this, because if you use too much paint and not enough water, then you're actually going to have to try to erase some of the stems because they'll be too strong. Okay, this one here, I covered up the flower, which doesn't, you see, it doesn't really make sense because of the positioning. Yes, some flowers can be in front of each other. I can always come back in and just add more yellow ochre to cover that stem back up. There you go. And just add a few lines here. And the stamens up here are quite dark, blended right into the tree. I could come in with a little bit of yellow ochre and just touch the tops to highlight them, the ones that sort of disappeared a bit, like so. And I think from here it's just a matter of just looking at it and just adjusting whatever you feel needs adjusting. I'm liking where my flowers are now, where they're just a few of them are really highlighted, and the focus on the brighter ones are in the center. I like where that is. And if I take a little bit of yellow ochre with the white now, and just on the darker flowers, the yellow ochre and a little bit of white, I can just highlight the tops of those. This one's missing a stamen. There we go. Yellow ochre and white. And that's it. And from here you can turn around and say, okay, well, let's see if I want to highlight this a little bit better. Well, if I want to take a highlight, I can take yellow, even take a speck of white, and you're just going to hit it with a little bit of an accent. So right in here, Not enough white there. Just a little bit. Like so. And what this also does is it brings some of the flower colors into the trees. A little bit of the yellow. And with the burnt sienna in the trees brings that into the flowers. It just ties the whole thing together. Just not too much. I'm just dry brushing it on. No water. That one looks really pretty. I want to do something on this one as well. I'm going to turn that around. Again, not everywhere. And while we're at it, let's take some of that dark stem color and just add a few knot holes, some lines where the woods, let's say, is all distressed. Just going up and down. This is like the parts of the bark that's chipped off, and reinforce that knot hole that's there. I don't know if you were able to see what I was doing there. Okay, like this. I touched the canvas there with white paint. First, let me just fix that. Let's take white, a little bit of ultramarine blue. You're just going to tint it ever so slightly. And now you just a bit more than that. Just going to skim some parts that will be exposed to the light, so that's fine there. A little bit there. Oh, and for sure up here, for sure. So, I'm going to turn this around because I want to get paint all over the place. And I've run out of paint, but there's no point adding any more now because we're finished. And don't forget, this is going to dry a little bit darker. And before you make any decisions on lighting it up even further, let it dry. Okay. Just fixing this up here because I got white on my finger and it covered the tree. And once it's dry, you can come in and make some more adjustments. Another nice highlight color would be orange. That's actually quite pretty. Orange is nice. There we go. And that's it. Now let's take a look to see what we've done. Alright, so I'm all finished. Now off camera I added a few extra things and I didn't want to show you what I was doing because I wanted to see if you could pick out what I've added. So pause the video, take a look to see what I've added, and then come back. Now what I've done is I've added some branches, some small little branches to create some additional interest into the tree. That's all I did. That's all I did. I just added smaller branches using the same technique as we did before, and that was it. So the only thing left to do here would be to sign your painting. Now, you need to choose a color that is complementary to your painting. And for this, I'm going to decide to use white and yellow ochre. I can't reach it. White and yellow ochre, that'll be all right. And now my name is very hard to sign using paint because it's got a lot of curves in it. And I'm just going to find a color that's, I don't want to use white. We're just going to, and usually the lower corner is a good spot. Don't use a marker. You'll actually ruin the painting. There we go. So that's it. So I've got all the supplies out to start the painting of the monarch on the dogwood, and I'm going to change this up a little bit. I'm just going to reach around and grab the original painting. Now this original painting has been painted on a gallery wrapped canvas, so the canvas goes all the way around. Okay, but I didn't bother painting the sides. What I'm going to do for this particular project is I'm going to show you how to paint the sides and also how to wrap the design right around here so you can paint it that way if you by chance happen to be able to find this type of canvas. It just creates a nice little interesting feature because once the sides are painted you can just hang it on the wall the way it is. You don't have to have it framed. Okay, so I've got my canvas here, and I'm going to be working on a canvas that's probably a different size as yours. So I've got my large bristle brush that's going to be doing a lot of the work, and I have my paint out here. Now I've placed them out separately because I want to be able to change up the mixtures if necessary. So what I have to start, we're going to prime the canvas with a coat of white. Then we're going to create a mixture of white plus yellow, a little bit of ultramarine blue, and a little bit of burnt sienna. This is lemon yellow. Then we're going to create a mixture of white with a little bit of viridian and burnt sienna. And then we're going to, basically it's the same mixture, okay, and then we're going to add a little bit of black. And I have extra paint out here in case I need to pick off. And I'm doing it this way because I've got a limited palette and I want to be able to save some time instead of having to keep putting paint out on the palette. And I'm showing different techniques throughout the video so you can pick and choose and try different things to see what works for you. So I'm going to dampen my brush and blot it in the paper towel, and I'm going to pick up some white and I'm going to scrub. You want to add a good amount of white, but you don't want to be able to see any ridges. Now when I talk about ridges of paint, I mean that. You don't want to see that. You want to basically have a complete layer. Okay? And what this is going to do, it's going to help the paint flow when you start putting the colors on. A bit more water. Scrub, scrub, scrub. A bit more water. I've got all the studio lights on, so my painting is going to dry a little bit faster than yours. And you can speed up the drying time of your painting by using a hair blower or a heat gun. See, this is already starting to dry, so I'm going to have to work really fast. And one way that you can slow down the drying time is just take a little mister bottle with water and just spray your paint and your canvas. When you spray your canvas with water, though, make sure you go back in and just blend it out. Okay, so the first mixture I'm going to create is the white with some little lemon yellow, ultramarine blue, and burnt sienna. What I'm looking for is a light greenish mixture, and the burnt sienna is basically going to gray it down like so. Okay, and we're just going to put that up here. And you don't have to match these colors 100%. You can be a little bit more free with them. And they're going to dry a little bit darker, don't forget. So I'm also going to take this, I'm going to go right on the side. Okay. Now I'll go down to about here. And I already know that I don't have enough paint. So this is optional. You don't have to do this, obviously. And if you do have paint left over, just put it on the rest of the canvas. It'll just help the canvas stay wet longer. Okay. Now I'm going to take this mixture here, which is white with a little bit of Viridian and burnt sienna. And we want to make a green mixture. And the burnt sienna is, again, going to tone it down. Okay, we're going to put that in here. And you can make it as rough as you want, or you can make it as blended as you want. Totally up to you. Yeah, I didn't have enough paint. A little bit of water. So just painting the sides. And you can also paint this, if you are putting this on on a certain wall in your house, you can paint it an accent color of something in your house already. So if you've got accents that are red, you can paint the side red. And then I'm going to take, basically it's the same mixture here. Okay, you can see I'm not worried about mixing it exactly. And I'm going to add a speck of black. And that'll go right in here. Now once I get that in there, yeah, I was a little cheap on the paint on this time. Okay, so I've got the paint on there, and then once I have everything put in there, then I can take the edges with the brush and I can start putting, like, this is a dry brush. And what I want to do is wherever the dogwood's going to be, I want it to be a little bit darker. Okay, and take the brush just with the tips of the bristles, very little pressure, and just go back and forth. And here we put a little bit more pressure just to blend the paint out. But on the edges, you want it nice and soft. And the beauty with acrylics, if you don't like what you've done, you can always wait for this, let this dry, and then apply another layer. Just do it again. Okay. Just put the sides here. You don't have quite enough paint. I'm not worried about it because I can always paint this again after. But I want to get this side done for sure because I want to show you how to wrap the line drawing around. Yeah, down here, it doesn't matter. Okay, just make sure that the left side is painted. Okay. And now I'm just kind of using the brush on its side and just very light. I'm not even pushing, I'm just holding the brush. And it's creating some strokes. I like my paintings to look painterly, where it looks like it's been painted and not manufactured. Okay, now it is going to dry a little bit darker, and you'll notice it's completely different in color to this. If you find that once this is dried and it's not enough, you can always add another layer. So before I decide to add another layer, I'm going to let this dry, and then we come back, we'll see what it looks like. And I know myself I'm going to like it, but I think I may want to show you how to add another layer, making it darker, just in case yours is too dark or too light to darken it. But if yours is too dark, I wouldn't worry about it too much because the dogwood is white. It'll add some really nice contrast. Okay, so we'll be right back. I'm putting a little bit more paint, and I know that like this is fine for me, but I want to show you how to darken this a little bit more. So I just had my brush in water so the paint didn't dry out my bristles, I'm just kind of blotting it dry. I didn't bother cleaning it. And basically I'm just going to make more paint. So I'm going to basically start from this mixture here and bring that over. And I don't mind this, but let's basically do it again. I want that nice and light. That's actually pretty good. I'm making a lot of paint because I'm going to be just adding to this. Okay. Now I didn't bother putting any white under here. Just going to do it this way. Just want more white on there. The thicker the paint application, the longer it'll take to dry. Then to that I'm going to add a bit more green, a little bit more burnt sienna, and just go in here. Okay, then to that I'm going to add a little bit of black. And pick up more paint. Now you'll notice as I'm brushing the paint colors are changing, and that's fine. As long as we have dark and it goes to light, that is fine. There we go. And then make sure that I get this part. I don't care about the other side. I just want to make sure that I get this part done because I want to put the drawing on here. Okay. Then from here, now we're going to go this way, not light to dark, because that'll bring some of the light color in here. I want to work this way because I like how dark this is. So now we're going to go into these corners here. Pick up whatever paint. I still didn't bring enough paint out. And they're just going to X strokes where the colors meet. I can come in here, grab a little bit of light and just bring it down a little bit, not too much. I like the painterly effect a lot better. You want to make this dark enough. I'm going to put a bit more paint out. You want to make this dark enough because if it's too light, then the dogwood is just going to disappear. The dogwood flowers. Okay, that's a bit more orange. Go. Oh, I got a little bit of blue in there. That's pretty. I'm going to leave that there. You see, I'm just kind of mixing that up. A little bit darker over here. Now you may be tempted right now to spray this with water, and it's just going to make things quite loose. So try to avoid that if possible, because you want the paint to be, you want the brush strokes to show, and water, the brush strokes will disappear. Now my piece is starting to dry because I'm feeling the paint really dragging. That's much nicer. I'm going to bring just a little bit of dark up here. Now the monarch is going to be right in here somewhere, so we don't want it, we want it lighter, but we don't want it too light. So I'm just going to tone this down a little bit into a little bit of a lighter color. There we go. Or darker color, I should say. See, there really is no wrong way of doing this. As long as it's dark here and light here, there really isn't any wrong way of doing this. Go. And I want to use up the paint on the palette, so I'll just come back in with some dark and just kind of put some strokes out here like so. Again, lay my brush flat against the canvas. And this is optional. You don't have to do that. I just like the action in here. It's just going to add more interest to where the dogwood is. You don't want to make it flat, like a complete flat color. I want to try to get a little bit of texture in here. Paintings that are just flat with no interest are really boring. If you can master this type of background, then you're on your way to being able to paint portraits if that's something that you really want to do. Oh, I picked up a little bit of pure Viridian there. That's okay. Because these backgrounds are something that when you're painting a portrait, whether it's a person or a pet portrait or something like that, you need to be able to create dark backgrounds, because the background really isn't the focus, it's just a supporting feature. And I'm going to make a little bit more paint, more black, a bit more blue. I take a little bit of water. That's beautiful. So this one I just took a little bit more blue into the mixture. Now as you're doing this, the paint is drying, and as you're doing this, the brush is dragging, creating these beautiful dry brush strokes. And take your time doing this, because once you do this, you can't really, and put your line drawing on, you can't really do anything else. You can't make corrections. You'll be able to make corrections until the butterfly goes on, but there we go. Look at that. So we have it, we don't have it perfectly in the middle, this way or this way. We have it coming about here and working this way. And the butterfly is going to be here, which is going to be in the top third section. It's going to be very, very interesting. Take whatever paint I have left over. Get that on there. This is very important if you want to do it as a wrap style. There we go. All right, so now it's time to clean our brushes, and we're going to get some fresh palette paper, and we're not going to put any paint out yet because I want to show you how to transfer the line drawing to your dried canvas. Now that the canvas is dry, I already started transferring the line drawing to the canvas. I just want to show you, there's a couple of ways you can do it. In the written lesson, there's a way that you can take some graphite and you can put it on the back of your line drawing. You can also use a graphite paper, and you basically put the paper down. It's like carbon paper, but it's wax free. Put your drawing on top, then use a pencil or a pen or a stylus and just go over, and it will transfer your drawing. And then I transfer the drawing all the way, it's hard to see, I transfer the drawing to the side, and you'll be able to see a bit more of that once I get going. But there's different ways. Even on my website, I've got a video on using a grid system that we designed, which basically you don't need graphite paper, you don't need a stylus or anything like that. You basically are working with a grid, and it really teaches you to draw what you see. It's really, really simple. So I'm just going to get my brushes. You'll need some paper towel. And the only colors I have out right now are Burnt Umber and Viridian. And let's get the flat brush out. And I've already washed my brushes, and I'm just blotting them dry now. And this step is so simple. All we're going to do is block in all the branches. Now when I say block in, we're underpainting. No detail, you're basically coloring them in. So we're just using Burnt Umber. I'm going to start over here. And now this is optional, but this is just basically all you're doing, is you're doing that. Okay? And you're painting the branches. That's it. Now it is very dark right now because we haven't done any highlighting. And I'm just going to fill that part in. And when you're transferring the line drawing to the to the canvas, use just enough pressure so you can see the lines. Don't use too much pressure, because if you do, then you'll put a gouge in the canvas and you'll ruin it. I've actually seen some students use so much pressure that they cut the canvas. Okay. All we're doing is just filling in. We're just coloring in. And I'm using the chisel edge of the brush. And this is probably the step that's, I find some students, they say, okay, well, I can't see the lines now, because I transfer this with black and then with white. It's always helpful to have your line drawing handy, so you can even just kind of go like this and just see, oh, okay, oh yeah, I'm supposed to have something here, and then you're able to put your lines. The nice thing about creating a drawing or painting like this, because it involves a lot of branches and flowers and stuff like that, if you miss something, it's very easy to fill in, so you don't need to worry. And so even for myself, I'm finding I have to refer back to the drawing, to the sketch. Now I'm going to miss my paints because they're starting to dry out a bit. Alright, and let's see, what else have we got there? Let's see, I've got this one up here, then this one comes down here, and there's a little, I'm just tilting a little bit just to make it a bit easier for me to see. Okay, and we have a really big one here, and that comes around like so, and there's a spot here. Alright, this one here I made a little bit big. So this one here I made a little bit big. It's kind of wonky, but I'll be able to cover that up with the flower to reshape it a little bit. No, actually I can't, because the flower is behind it. So let me just retouch that branch, because the branch, the shape is wrong. So I'm just going to widen it a bit so it makes a bit more sense. Let's see, what else have we got? Oh, I know there's one here. Now, I'm using a flat brush. If you find that it's more comfortable using the round brush, please go ahead and do so. I'm just using the brush that works for me. And you should be experimenting with the brushes as well. Okay, then it comes down to here. I'm rotating the canvas to make sure I'm comfortable while painting. At any point, if you're uncomfortable, physically uncomfortable painting, then you need to stop and figure out why. Because if you're uncomfortable, then it may just be something as easy as just rotating the canvas. So you're not uncomfortable. Because if you're uncomfortable, it's going to show in your work, guaranteed. Okay, that's where his little feetsies are. Just come down here. And this one goes over this one, so this one's underneath. So I'm going to do this one first. This one is underneath. Okay, then this one's on top. And I did it in that order because that way the one that goes on top is one continuous stroke. That looks pretty good. I think I'm missing something though. I think I'm missing something. Am I missing something? No. No, I'm not missing anything. Okay. Oh, yes I am. Right here. there. Make sure I have that covered. And actually, this is wrong. These two branches converge into one. And I put them as two, which doesn't matter. Which doesn't matter at all. Okay, so that takes care of that. And now what we need to do is we're going to paint in the leaves. Now the leaves are done with burnt umber and viridian as well. And the burnt umber is only used to darken the green. For the leaves, where can we start? Oh, we'll just start up here. The leaves, you can use the flat brush, and you can use the filbert brush, and you're coming in here on the chisel edge. You touch, push, pull the brush slowly, and then lift off, and you get a nice taper. Okay, let's do that again. On the chisel edge, touch, push, push slowly, and then lift off onto the chisel edge while you curve the brush a bit, and you get a nice taper. After a while, you'll be able to do these quite quickly. Okay, and where's another one? Now I'm having trouble seeing where the other one is. I'm gonna have to probably refer back to my drawing. There should be, oh, there it is. And right here, now this one's painted around the leaf. So touch, push, lift, and it's a little bit bigger than the brush. I'm going to do it again. Touch, push, lift. You don't want to use your big bristle brush for this, because this is all detail work. Okay, where's the other one? Where's the other one? It's right in the middle of the flower, I believe. It's right in the middle of right here. So I'm just filling this one in now, following the outline. The little ones are best done with that touch, push, lift. That way you can get a fine tapered edge. Okay, and if I reach down, oh my goodness. And so these are what we're painting here. And here I was telling about the side. So this painting here, so it's going to be like this. So this branch that's here, the two converge into one. And I made them as two. Okay, so we're painting, we did these two, we did this one. A little bit of a different shape. Yeah, that's a much different shape. You know why? Because I couldn't see it, but that's okay. That's how flexible this piece is. Then we have that one. Okay, so we have these two to paint. And let's go. Where are we here? We've got one here. Now this is behind the flower. And make sure you have a good edge on this. Make a bit more paint. And mist it with water. If you don't have a mister, just use take your wet brush and just go into the paint. But a mister brush is very easily found. Okay, and then there's another one here. The reason why I'm being very careful here, these flowers are on top of the green leaves. And you say, well, we can easily cover it up, right? I say, yeah, you can. But it's more difficult to cover up a mistake with white because it's the lightest color. White isn't actually a color. There we go. But until we get into color theory, we'll just say it's color. All right. Oh, let's do another little touch, push, lift. So there's a little one here. Okay. So right where the stem is, so you just touch that. Touch, push, lift off on the chisel edge. Students love doing that. It's so simple. And let's see. I have another one here which I forgot to transfer, But you know what? Let's put one right here. Touch, push, lift. Oh, I curved that. Oh, how pretty is that? And you can also add in more if you want. You don't have to put in the exact same that I have here. Now this one here is behind the flower, so we're doing this one. Okay, so and I'm just gonna follow along and move slowly to let gravity pull the paint down. Turn that over, get along that edge, and fill that in. There we go. 1, 2. Oh, we have another one here. Now this one here is a bit tricky because this one here is a flipped leaf. Okay, we need to fill in the whole thing. Okay, and turn this around. We're going to fill in the whole thing, which will make it look a little funny. And then once you've got all the leaves painted in and the flowers blocked in, which the flowers we're doing in the next step, you're going to let the piece dry 100%. And then you'll erase all the visible graphite lines just with a regular vinyl eraser. There we go. But the piece is, right now it is very dark, but it's once we start putting in the highlights and then putting the flowers, things just pop. Everything just pops. We have a flower here, and we have a leaf here. So I'm just going to paint that around like so. Just get a nice edge. Just go around. There we go. Do this nice and slow. And have the reference photograph of the painting I did handy so it's easy to follow to see which ones you're doing. And let's see, so we've got, there's another one. There's one here. Paint's drying out a little bit. Burnt umber and viridian make a really nice green. Okay, now I have, I don't know if you can see, there we go, too much water in there. Way too much water. There we go. Okay, there's just a few more to do. Coming where the stem is, touch, push, lift. Another one here where the stem is, touch, push, lift. No, that one didn't turn out very well. And we'll just, there we go. They're easy to fix. So what else have we got here? Got that one. We've got a little one here. I'm going to put a bit more paint in there. This is too watery. And you'll know the minute you do one and it just doesn't feel right. Touch, push, lift. Oh, I got a little bit of green in there. I didn't mix my paint properly. So what do? Oh, we just kind of touch it in. No big deal. Well, we have another little leaf here. Just going to put that around the petal. Like so. Okay. And let's see, this one's done, that one's done, that one's done. There's two here, there's one here, these two, 1, 2, 3, 4 is one missing here. I think after this we only have 3 more to do. Where did it go? Here it is. 1, 2, 3. And if you by accident paint a leaf that should be a flower, don't worry about it. This design is so flexible that you can get away with it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. There's one missing somewhere. That's okay. We'll figure it out. And we've got a couple here. So we can just use a touch, push, lift right off the branch. Touch, push, lift. And I'm just going to even that out a little bit more. There we go. And I've got the flower here. I forgot to transfer the leaf. I didn't forget to transfer the leaf. It's not in the line drawing. I apologize. Touch, push, lift. I'll have to make sure I get that corrected. And there's one here. Now the one that's here is a... In the painting I did it a little bit differently. It's actually a leaf that looks like this. And then you can also just make it a long line with a flower. And that's what I'm going to do. And right off here, I'm going to make just a line like so. And then touch, push, lift. This is give you some options. Alrighty, so let's see. 2-2. I'm looking at the painting now. 2-2. This. One here. This one's going a different way, but that's fine. There's one there. There's a big leaf missing. Right here. Now if you're painting on a wrapped canvas, that's fine. If you're not, then just continue fill in the leaves as you see them. It's no big deal. I just want to show you an option, what you can do. And that's this one here. This is a leaf that's going this way. Because this is going to be a little bit more challenging, so I'm going to put a little line there. There's another one that comes out. This is how you can alter the design, because it's so flexible. And it'll be a touch, push, lift right here. Okay, just to show you how flexible this design is. And I think we're good to go now. I think we're good to go. And you know what? If we've missed a leaf, we can just fill it in as we see it. Okay. So now I suggest that you let the leaves dry, and because they're acrylics, they won't take a long time to dry. We will work on the flowers next, and that's the reason why we want the green to be dry, because we will be painting flowers very close and sometimes on top of the leaves, and we need to make sure that everything is dry. Now, before we finish off, if you notice that some areas are a little bit they're transparent, where the paint is very thin, I had a couple, and that's because you had too much water in your paint. So what to do is when it's dry, just come in and just add another layer. It's no big deal. It's a very common thing to happen to not just beginners, but people who've been painting for years. Sometimes you add a little bit too much water to your paint, and on top of that, the environment has something to do with it as well. Are you painting in a very warm environment or a cool environment? I'm just going to widen this one out just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, that takes care of that. I'm going to let it dry. When we come back, we're going to paint the flowers. On the palette, I've added some white, burnt sienna, and ultramarine blue, and we're going to be creating now the off-white mixture for the flowers. Now you can use a palette knife or you can use your brush. It doesn't really matter, because as we'll run out of color, you'll need to make up some more, so it doesn't really matter how you do it. So I'm just going to grab some white, and you want to create a bit of an off-white. So for the first time you mix it, it's just a speck of blue and a speck of brown, burnt sienna, and you mix that together. And all we're doing is just slightly darkening the white. And if I just grab some more white, put it beside, you might not be able to tell the difference. You should be able to see a bit of a difference. So I'm going to grab a bit more blue, a bit more brown, burnt sienna. because you need dark to show light and light to show dark. So if the white isn't dark enough, you won't be able to do any highlighting. That's better. Here we go. And always add paint to the white. Never add white to dark colors like this, or you'll run out of paint very quickly. Let's just use that up. There we go. All right. And you're going to use this paint fairly thickly, and all you're going to do is fill in all the flower petals. This is a very tedious step. And I'm using the filbert brush because it has a round edge. Okay. And you're just painting each petal one at a time. And don't paint solid around. You need the lines to help you as a guide. I'm just going to go past the graphite line a bit because I'm lazy and I don't want to bother erasing. And I'm going to work on the other petal. So I'm going to work on petals on like this one, then I'll do this one, and then I might work on something else to give this time to dry. And what's this one look like? Oh, this is one of those funny curved ones. It goes down and around like so. Oops, now this here. So see that? That's a ridge of paint. You don't want to leave that there. Paint that out, because that'll create physical texture where we don't want it. And so I'm going to let these dry for a second, and I'll do this one. And I would say, normally I would say, you know, you might want to do 2 layers of this underpainting here of the flowers because the background is so dark. I would recommend to you that if you find that when you're doing the underpainting that the paint, the white doesn't, like right now the white on the palette is off-white with a little bit of a blue tint to it. If you find that when it's dry it's off-white that's more to green, add another layer of paint. This underpainting stage, the point is to actually cover up the green. It's not a major thing if it doesn't. It just will make your job a little bit easier. Always rotate your painting so you're comfortable. And I can come in and do this one now. My paint is a little bit thin because I've been misting my palette. There's a little bit of water, too much water. I'm going to work through it. And then we have this one here, nice little round pieces there. We're going to be adding additional layers of shading and highlighting to the petals. So like I said, don't worry about it too much if your petals aren't pure white. They shouldn't be pure white. It should be off-white with a slight hint of mauve. Purple, violet, purplish gray. Okay, I'll let that dry. I'll move on to a different one. Let's go over here. And this design is so flexible. It makes a fantastic design to create for a gift, because all you really need to do is paint the background to a color that is suitable for the decor. Just make sure that it's dark in this corner and light in this corner, because the dark will accent the white flowers and the light background here will accent the butterfly. sure, here we go, over here, here, here. You see here, it's kind of dark. The paint isn't quite, I must have picked up a little bit of, yeah, because there's a water misting here. So my paint's a little bit thin. That's okay. You can always add more. Okay, well, I'll paint that. I'm going to paint this one here. Use the round corners very carefully. Go over the leaf. Acrylics are fantastic because if you make a boo-boo, you know what, and I make them all the time, they're so easy to correct. You just let it dry and paint over it. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to this one here. Now this step it's the same step for every flower. If you want, you can just go ahead and paint yours, or you can fast forward to the next section. Totally up to you. I will give you a little bit of a upfront note though, that if you do fast forward, if I happen to make a boo-boo, I don't edit that out. I actually show how to fix mistakes. I'm not going to edit out any mistakes, and we're not going to be jumping ahead to anything. And I don't edit out mistakes because if I make a mistake and I edit it out, you won't know how I fixed it. So if you end up doing the same thing, you're going to be there scratching your head saying, what do I do now? And I don't want that for you. Making mistakes too is the only way to learn. We call them happy accidents. My garbage can actually says I took a big cardboard box, and I have a green garbage bag inside, but on the cardboard box I wrote in big letters with a big marker, the happy accident box. So I'm going to flip this one. This flower is a really weird shape. It's almost like this petal has been twisted in the wind. I created this original painting as a reverse glass, where I sketched everything out on plexiglass with a special pen, then painted the back of the plexiglass with oil paint in reverse glass, and it was so popular I thought, well, this would make for a really nice acrylic piece as well. But the plexiglass design, it's a bluebird, not a butterfly. So you can substitute the animal as well. In this case, the butterfly, you can substitute it for a bird, or if you like birds. Very flexible. And as well, as you're painting, if you're making your colors, you say, well, I wonder what this would look like. Whatever leftover paint you have, put it into an art journal. And on my website, everything will be listed at the end of the video. On my website, I have information there how to make your own art journal. I have a color theory one. I have a color mixing book, and it's really helpful to keep track of colors. It just because that's the way you learn, and you retain the information by doing the exercise. So when it comes to color mixing, when you create the mix, put it swatch in your journal, make a little note how you made up that mix, and don't worry about doing 1 teaspoon of this and 1 teaspoon of that, and just at least you'll have a written record. And I'm running out of paint. I'm hoping I'm going to run out of paint so I can show you how to make up mixes on the fly, but I don't think I'm going to run out. We'll see. The paint is drying out. Now, when you're painting as well, if you happen to paint over a leaf by accident, it should be a flower, or you've painted a flower with a leaf color, don't worry about it. 99.9% of the time, we can always convert it to the other object. Okay, I'm going to show you how to make up another mix. So, we basically repeat the same thing, but I'm going to go beside, bit of blue, bit of brown, and for the record, I'm going to make the mix darker on purpose so I can show you how to, let's say if you've made the mix too dark, how to fix it. Okay, so we mix. You go, oh no, I've made this mix way too dark. Whatever do I do? You automatically would think you would take some white and put it into that. Don't. You'll end up using so much white. Take the white into your dirty brush and go into a separate part of the palette. Okay, that's actually not too bad. I could make that a little bit darker. Then you can bring some of it in. Okay, then when you use all that up, you can take some white on the side here and bring a little bit of that in until it's the right color. Never add white too dark, always add dark to white. Okay, so I'm just going to mix all this together now. There we go. I'm very frugal when it comes to paint, how much is used. And sometimes that actually can cause problems because acrylics dry so fast. So yes, you want to limit what you put on your palette, and yes, you do want to spray it with water. But sometimes when you spend all your time keep adding paint, it gets in the way of creativity. So you'll find something that works best for you. But if you do put a lot of paint out on your palette, just make sure that you are misting it so it doesn't dry out. And whatever paint you have left over, why not just throw it into painting a background in an art journal to give you an instant background to create a study on. And the study is just taking, let's say if you want to do a study of just a butterfly, just flip open up to a page into your art journal that's already been painted with a background and just paint the butterfly. I've got tons of videos on that on my website as well, all free to watch. So this particular petal here, I'm going to make this a little bit of a different shape just to show how we can work around it. Now this petal here, it goes around and then a little bit of a dip and around. I'm going to make this one a very different shape so we can show. I added another little bounce there. We can show what we can do with that. Okay. Now the leaf, this petal is covering the leaf, so I'm going to make sure that the petal goes all the way down. Alrighty, where are we now? Let's see, that's done, that's done, that's done. This is very hard to see. I'm having a lot of trouble seeing this one. So I'm going to wing it. Because if it's wrong, no big deal. I'm going to show you how to work around it. And I've also noticed that my mixture is more brown instead of more blue. So if I wanted to, I can come in with a little bit more blue. Bring that in. Doesn't really matter. All we're doing is covering the green. There's a tiny little leaf here. Absolutely tiny. Or petal, I should say. Okay. This needs to come down a bit more. That one's done, but that's too thin. I had too much water in my brush. That one's done. That one's done. This is really thin. Way too much water in my brush there. And you may not have that problem because I'm painting under studio lights, so my paint is drying out fairly quickly, so I'm misting it with quite a bit of water. So if you're thinking, okay, my paint's not drying out, am I doing something wrong? No, you're not. It's 100% the environment that you're painting in. And when and if you ever try it, and I would suggest you do try it, painting outside, that's a whole different ball game. Your paints will dry out so fast, but it's a lot of fun. Okay, that's done. That's done. This I'm going to have to put a bit more. That's done. This one here. Okay, so this one, there's a petal behind the branch. And I can't even see the line drawing, so all I'm doing is I'm looking at the reference material to freehand one in. I know that the petals, there's roughly 4 petals per flower. Okay, and then there's a little one here. Okay, make that a little bit wider. All right. And I actually, in my drawing, in my actual painting, there's a petal back here, right there. So there's a flower, another flower that's underneath that can't be seen except that one little flower there, little petal. Which is in shadow. It's underneath the branch. And this is, you can also use this time to reshape that branch. You know how I made that branch a little wonky? Well, let's just reshape that. Although the petal is underneath the branch, I can use the paint to reshape it. And now that's a much more pleasant shape. Okay. And as well, see this branch is big here? I could put a leaf right there because there is quite a bit of space and everything's going the same way. This is only because I wrapped the design around. So basically you're only seeing that, and it's 2 spaces. So I think I'm going to put a leaf in there. And so this is where it comes to adapting the design. I'm going to use my filbert brush, and I'm going to have to make a little bit more paint. So I'm going to use the filbert. So I did the leaves with the flat. With the filbert, the chisel edge is much rounded. So I'm going to make it right here. So I'm just going to make a little line here. And then touch, push, lift. Okay, let's make another one right here. A little bit of a line. Oh, better reload. And then touch, push, lift off on the chisel edge. That's not much nicer. Let's make another little one here, up here, touch, push, lift. There we go. Now this path here is broken with these leaves, and the eye just doesn't trail off the design. Okay. And that's all about composition, which is above this, beyond the scope of this workshop. But you can check out my website for videos on all that. I believe we only have one more flower to paint. Yep, that's it. Okay. This is watery. I picked up, oh yeah, see the misting of the water. I'll go in here. So I will put 2 layers of paint on that. And the paint on the palette is drying, but I'm not going to water it because I won't need any more of this paint. Not right now anyways. I can't see the lines here, so I'm just going to, as long as it's kind of a, almost like a rounded heart-shaped petal, you're fine. There we go. I'm just going to put another, a little bit more paint in here. You see how transparent the mix is because there's too much water. And around here. There we go. Turn that around. Just going to add a little bumple here. Again, this is very flexible. Oh, I have to bring that over more because it's supposed to cover that little stem. There we go. So for this one's the funny looking one. This one, I'm not liking the shape of that. And some you'll find that it just don't look like the right shape, and you can always retouch it. Now this one here, I'm going to take a bit of the darker mix. This one, this is 2 petals, so I'm just going to paint it like that, just so I can make sure that I know that this is a petal that's on top of this one. And this one's still quite transparent. Just going to put another layer of color, ran out of paint. Okay. So once you've done all the petals, just go back and put another layer on any of the ones that look a little transparent. You may not have to. And if you happen to miss one, then don't worry about it. We'll just paint it in when we see it. Okay, that's it. So now for the next step, once we don't have to worry, even let this dry. We can just go around to the next step. We're going to be painting the orange markings on the butterfly. So now we're ready to paint the butterfly, and we're going to paint the butterfly in 2 layers. The black that's around the butterfly will probably be able to be okay with 1 layer, but the orange is going to need 2 layers. So we're going to use, now you can use any of the small brushes, your small flat, your filbert. I'm going to show you how to use the round brush, but you can use whatever brush you want. And I'm probably going to end up using both, because the flat, sometimes the round brush is really good to get to really fine little pointed spots as well. The dots at the end that we're going to add is best done with this. So we're going to create a mixture. We're going to take vermilion, which is it's a red orange. You're going to add a little bit of burnt sienna to it. And I'm just going to have to add a speck of water because it's way too thick. And you're going to paint all these markings. Now the round brush is really good for the pointy spots, but you can see that doing this, it takes a long time to fill all that in. So that's when your flat brush comes into play, that you can cover a lot more area. And if the shape ends up being a little bit different than the line drawing, it's no big deal. Don't worry. Okay, as long as you're not going past the butterfly. You're just painting in that first layer. Now the small ones I may switch over to the round brush. I'll paint it as much as I can with the big brush because it's faster. You don't want to get bogged down with tiny little details too early, or you'll be painting forever. This one here though is good for the flat brush, because you're going to be coming around like this. And when you make your paint mark, and let's say you make a shape that's just the wrong shape, so you can always come back in with the round brush to correct it. Just go around here. This one's a bit rounder. This one is a bit rounder this way. These are tiny. Tiny, tiny. Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I have a funny feeling these should have been white. Uh-oh. What do I do? Don't worry. I'm going to show you how to fix it. I'm going to show you how to fix that. And I'm also noticing that I made this one too large. This is supposed to be 2 orange spots. Don't worry. I'm going to show you how to fix that too. And we have this one here's a little bit thick, so I'm going to show you how to fix that, and you know, blah 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 blah. And oh, I think we're missing one, so let's add in another one here. See how flexible this is? Yeah, I'm making these mistakes on purpose. We'll go with that. There we go. Okay, and then we'll rinse our brush. Now we have to wait for this to dry before we paint in the black. Okay, so mine is almost dry, and if you have a hair blower, you can always put a hair blower on it. Have it about 12 inches away from the painting on the lowest setting, and you can just move back and forth. Put your hand underneath every once in a while just to make sure that it's not too hot, and that'll speed up the drying time. If you use a heat gun, same thing, just hold it really high up, and it's more air being used to dry the piece. Okay, once it's dry, then we're going to come in again with the same thing. You can use either the round brush or the flat brush, it doesn't matter. I'm going to start with the flat brush, and you're going to load pure black, and you're going to be painting the entire butterfly. Now with this black, be very careful on the outside edge. Take your time, because this is very hard to correct once it's painted, because once it's painted, because it is black. Okay. Now I'm going to use my hand. I don't want to put my hand right on the canvas because the canvas might stretch. So I'm going to put my hand on the bar that's here and just support. And if you're doing this on an easel, that you're going to position yourself, support your hand a little bit differently. You'll find your own way of doing it. Okay, now I created that stroke, and the outside edge of that butterfly tip is way too choppy. Okay, I take my filbert brush, because it's rounded, I can get a much nicer curve on that tip. Okay. And I'm holding the brush almost down to the ferrule for control. When you're more freestyling, you can hold your brush back here, but when you need more control, you're going to hold it more like a pencil. Okay. And these spots don't belong. I'm going to cover them right up. There we go. Again, with the edge, take your time. And when I'm finished painting the edge, I'm kind of fluffing this out just to get rid of any paint ridges. I want to get this edge out of the way. And even though this is black all the way around, I'm still painting this so I can actually see a brush stroke, so I'll know what needs to be painted, the direction of what things are taking place in. Okay, so I'm going to that, and I'm going to paint this. Even though the body is black, I'm painting each element as if they were different colors. And that goes this way here like this. And this goes around like so. Okay. Now there's two lines here. That's more, and you're going to end up covering it, so that's just more of a guide for where to put the other dots. So we're going to be going right to the outside edge. And I'm going to need a little bit of water in my paints. Paint that outside edge very slowly. Okay, there we go. I'm going to come in and do this one here. Go. And round this one out here. There we go. So I'm going to let that dry up a little bit. Let's paint the body. The body is fairly simple, but I think I'm going to need the filbert brush for the head, because it is rounded. Or maybe I won't. Nope, I was okay. Just a little bit of pressure to round that stroke out. When painting with black, I don't paint with black very often because I like to make up my own dark mixtures. Just be very careful how much pressure you use. So now that we have that painted, now we're going to come in. I missed a spot there. And we're going to start filling in everything else. So I'm going to paint in as much as I can with the flat brush. And then I'll fill in the tiny little spots with the round brush or filbert brush. And this canvas is quite textured, so it's holding a lot of paint. And when I get quiet, it's because I'm concentrating. It's much easier to cover up the orange with black, but it's very hard to cover up the black with orange. Okay. This is why your orange has to be dry. I'm going to leave that one because that one I have to correct. Now this one here in the actual painting is a very small little line. Okay, we can correct that one or you can leave it. I actually kind of like what's there. I'm just going to paint around it. And if you're painting, like right now, this is this really quiet I like to play music when I'm painting. Sometimes you have to be careful with the music that you play, because I find that myself, when I start playing some music, depending on the beat of the music, I'll actually start painting to the beat. When you're painting something that requires a lot of detail, that could be dangerous. Okay, whoops, let me flip that this way. Okay, butterfly, butterfly, butterfly. There we go. Okay, so we're going to make a correction on this one, and I'm going to show you this one. So I'm going to make a correction on this one as well. I want to narrow this one down a little bit on the tip. Okay, very easy to do with the black. You just have to be careful though, because if you happen to cover up too much, it will be much harder to fix. But with the trying to cover up the orange. Okay, and this one here is actually supposed to be 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a line like this. And then, oh, that looks really pretty, like that. I'm going to leave it just like that. I like that. It's actually much closer to what the painting looks like. And then this one goes around. And this one goes around this way. The paint's at a perfect fluidity right now, and I don't want to mess up my mojo. So I'm going to continue painting with the flat brush, and now I have to change because now I was aware that I should have been painting with the round brush. Okay, and the round brush is just used to touch up. Because the canvas is so textured, the paint sinks inside the pores of the canvas, and that's why you get some white speckles. That's why it's always best to start when you do your underpainting, to start with a thinner layer. It's better to start with a couple of thin layers versus one thick layer, because it's very likely the thick layer will not settle inside the pores. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. The orange will need another layer. And you know what? Let's get the legs out of the way. Now the legs are done with the round brush, loaded with a good amount of paint, but roll the brush. And you're just going to use the very tip very slowly. And I actually can't see the line, so I'm estimating where they belong. And the antenna is just actually we're going to do it the other way around. Right where the ball is touch, a little bit of a wiggle, and lift off into the head. Touch, a little bit of a wiggle, makes a little ball at the end. I made him a little bit crooked. There we go. Let's make the ball at the end a little bit bigger. The antenna, believe it or not, I think is the hardest part of the painting to do. And hopefully my head wasn't in the way there. Alrighty. So now we're going to overlay the markings on the orange, but we need to let the black completely dry before we do that. Okay, now we're going to be putting another layer over the orange, and you can use either your flat, round, or filbert brush. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to use the filbert brush. And I added lemon yellow to the palette, and we're just going to take some lemon yellow with a speck of vermilion, and what you're doing is creating an orange, and it probably be transparent. Yeah. Oh, I may need the round brush actually. Yeah, I'm gonna get the round brush. That's a little big. I think I have a bit more of a mixture. There we go. Speck of water. That's better. And you're going to add this to all the orange spots. And what this is a glaze of color. Because the yellow and the orange and a little bit of the water, it becomes semi-transparent. The orange layer that's underneath shows through. So you're not creating a layer that's purely yellow-orange. That's what glazing is. Painting transparent layers over a previously dried layer. A very common technique in oil painting as well. Turn it this way. And avoid applying too much paint. Remember, it's best to do many thin layers instead of one thick layer. My paint's dragging a little bit. Pick up a couple water drops there. Okay. Go. And just paint the other one. You can also change up the butterfly very easily. There's some really nice butterfly pictures on the internet. Or if you like taking pictures, if you can find them, or use a butterfly reference book. There's a butterfly conservatory in a town not too far from here, and I saw these butterflies that they were on the ground. They were on the ground with their wings open, and they looked really boring. But the minute they closed their wings, like this, it was bright blue. I went, oh my God, so pretty. You can also paint what's called a fantasy butterfly and paint the butterfly whatever color you want. You can paint the spots electric blue. You can use phthalo blue for that, phthalocyanine blue with a little bit of white. And where the paint's a little bit thinner, where I added just a bit too much water, I'm just going to put another layer. You see the difference in the color now? And you can choose whether to do this or not. That's totally up to you. Totally up to you. I want to show you as many techniques as possible so you can practice as much as possible with different styles as well. Where if I say use the round brush, try with the flat brush or try with the filbert brush, try different brushes. Is the only way you'll know what works for you is for trying it. Great place to practice this in your art journal. Okay. I like what I have here. Let's paint the spots. Now the spots are a little bit more challenging to paint because you're having to use a round brush on the very, very tippy tip. Okay? And a little bit of water. Make sure you roll that brush. Just rolling it just like this. And the black is dry, so I'm not worried about that. So we're just going to paint. That's too thin. I'm going to add a bit more paint to that. If the spots are too thin, the resulting spots will be gray because the black will show through. And don't worry about painting the spots exactly what they look like in the reference painting. Because once you put a stroke down, work with that. Okay, there's that one. Then a little bit of a line on that one. And we have a little spot here. And then here we'll just put the marks in. And we're probably going to need a couple of layers of paint on these. There's no line drawing, I'm just freestyling these in. And then we just have some spots. Like so. Tons of spots here. Make sure your brush is at a point though, not a flat. And now this is where we had those outside lines. So we're just going to make a border now. I'm going to start right here. Now, oh, you know what, hang on, before we start, let's follow this round one here. Okay, so that's that wing there. And now we're going to take this and follow that. We're just going to make little dots. Hold your brush straight up and the dots are much more defined. Then here I'm just going to put a few here. Okay. On the inside, the paint's a little bit thick. Add a little bit of water. Right on the outside, this will be the edge of the wing. Okay. These are too light, so you can add more dots if you want. And then we're going to come around here and we're going to add dots all the way around. Now this one here, there's a very light line where the wings, because his wings are actually closed and one is a little bit longer than the other. We'll do that at the very end. But for now, I'm just going to paint some dots. Don't make them too big. So, like that. And now, take our brush, we'll just wipe off the excess and very, very lightly Put a little line like that. Okay. I'm going to add a few more dots there. We have a few more small dots here. Oh, while we're in the dot mode, let's add some dots to the body. Make sure that the brush is at a very, very fine point. You can also use a toothpick, but sometimes I find the toothpicks, they add way too much paint. So, and the paint that's left over, I'm just going to go back over those spots that are obviously very transparent. So we can pick up a bit thicker paint. There we go. There we are. That's pretty good. And that's it. So now we're going to go on to paint the flowers, and we're going to be painting the little pink tips. Now the pink tips, actually no, we're going to paint the white first, then the pink tips. I'm just thinking of the order, because if we paint the white first, then just touch in the pink. If the pink is too much, we can then use the wet white paint and just kind of dry brush it in. So I'll show you that. We're going to need some crimson red lake. And put that on the palette. And I have my round brush set aside wet, and I've got my filbert brush, and I think I'm going to be okay with the white paint. And all I'm going to do is dampen my filbert brush, and it's almost, you'll find a rhythm for this. I'm going to show you each petal at a time, and what you're doing is painting pure white, and you're just lifting off. So it's touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift, and lifting off towards the center, which is darker. Go into a little bit of thinned crimson red lake, and if you can do this with 2 brushes at a time, that would be awesome. And you're just going to touch into the wet paint a little bit of crimson red lake. I have to wipe the brush a little bit. Then take your brush and just soften that in there. Like so. Okay, if you can see that. You'll be able to tell more on the other petals. So you're really working with 2 brushes at a time. It can be challenging, so you may want to try to find a way that works for you. So let me do this one. We're going to be adding additional shadows, so if you go a little bit too far in, that's fine. Okay, and I still have some paint loaded. Yeah, that one was perfect actually. Like that. And oops, gotta turn this one around. This one, the white is just on the tip, or the red I should say is just on the tip. Make sure you wipe your brush, the round brush, each time you load it, just to remove the excess. There we go. I did that one a little bit bigger so you could see. And for this one, so make sure the bottom of that little U shape is always has white paint in it. White wet paint. Okay, just a little bit of too hard of a stroke, then you come back with the brush and you just tap the edge And it just softens it right up. Like that. Now, this little mark here, I wipe my brush on the paper towel to remove the excess. Come back in with white paint and just cover it right up. There we go. You're going to do that for all the flowers. All the flowers. Oh, let's stay here while we're here. Then once you've done a few, then you'll find that you can probably do 2 flowers at a time. But when you start, just do 1 until you've gotten a flow. This one is, which one am I doing? That's this top one here. When you're painting, if you rotate your canvas that you're painting on, rotate the reference photo as well. So it's easier for you to look at. And when there's a petal on top of another petal, the petal that's on top is the one that's going to be more highlighted on the outside edge, like so. Oh, I'm running out of red. If you also find where you run out of red, make sure you dampen your brush to make sure the paint doesn't have time to dry in the brush. So I would say rinse your brush about every 5th stroke or so. Now this petal is on top of this leaf, so I'm going to make sure that the white paint is crisp along that petal. Now I may need to do another layer of paint there, which is fine. No, that was not really quite bright enough. There we go. And you'll find too, the ones that are next to the green, actually, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to make this one a little bit brighter. Anytime you put red next to green, it's very, very intense. It's really pretty because they're complementary colors on the color wheel. I just wanted to emphasize that a little bit more. There we go. Turn this around. So you're going to follow this technique for all the petals, and if you by chance notice that there's a petal you have to paint and it was supposed to be a leaf by accident, just go with the flow. And if you find that it just doesn't make sense for it to a petal to be a leaf, then just repaint it. Soften this one up a bit. This one automatically needs to be painted. So transparent it is. We add another layer of white a little bit later on anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, while our painting is upside down, let's just work with these ones. Now this petal is on top of this leaf. Make sure that edge is nice and crisp. Right there. Let's see. Now this is the one that's a wonky petal. This one's if it's been turned in the wind. The breeze flipped it up. Turn this around. Okay. This one, this is on top of this petal, so we have to make sure that it's crisp edge. Like I said, we're going to be coming back and adding another layer of white later, so don't worry too much. Just make sure that the little U shape is painted well. Paint's drying out. There we go. And when you mist your palette, that's when you're going to notice the paint being very watery, which is why we're going to add another layer. So I'm going to, since the paint is very watery, I'm going to paint all the flowers on this one here, because the paint will take a bit to dry on this one. And paint. Okay, and just come back and just soften it up a little bit. You may not need to. I just want to show you what to do. Okay, like that. And painting the 4 was a bit much, so I'm just going to leave it to paint one at a time, or maybe 2 at a time. I'll paint this one too. 4 at once was too much. Okay. And that was a good one. And the little, this one here, little leaf here, or little petal, is by itself. There's another flower underneath. I'm going to have to touch up this branch because this petal is underneath the branch, and I just painted the white on top of the branch, which doesn't make sense. So I'll have to correct that. So, and where are we now? We've got this one here. We're going to be adding some shading as well to some of the petals. These two I'm going to paint at the same time. But if you don't feel comfortable painting them at the same time, then don't. Paint one at a time is totally fine. Okay. And this one is on top of this one. Should have waited for this one to dry though. This one paint's a little bit watery. And what else? Oh, I think we only have a couple more to do. This one. Oh, just a few more. That one. Now these are two petals, so I'm going to make the brightest part on the outside here and just feather that out. I'm going to paint this one first. And I'll wait for this one to dry a little bit and I'll paint this one. We're using pure white paint. That. Whoops, I almost loaded back into the brush. And then this one, brightest part there. There we go. Take a look and make sure that you've got every petal painted. Oh, we missed this one here. Make sure that every petal is painted. And we will definitely need to come back in with another layer. That's for sure. Make sure this is overlap here, so I'm gonna make sure there's a nice crisp edge. Feather towards the center. That's a little bit big. Let's touch that up. When you touch up the edges become very, very soft, and it blends into the flower, which is really pretty. Okay. And then, oh, this one. These ones are a little bit harder to see because the canvas background color is much lighter. There we go. Now I'm just looking to make sure that every single one's got a little red dot on it. And it does. And then we just have to rinse our brushes. And I'm going to put my round brush aside. When that's dried, you're going to come in with the white and you're just going to add another layer only to the absolute outside edge, like just the brightest parts, and feather that in. And don't even cover everything you've already painted. So here how I've put the paint to here, so I'm just going to come in and just paint that. It really brightens up the tips. So this one here, like that. It adds some dimension. You may not have to do every single one. I would though, if there's a petal that's overlapping another petal, let's say this one here, I would for sure come back in with another layer. And let that fully dry before you do anything else. Okay. Like that. So you're just going to come in and emphasize the stronger white edges. Make sure that when you add that color, that stuff that's overlapping, that it's the brightest, the whitest. And if need be, you can always add a third layer if you want, just as long as these layers are thin enough that you're not going to have ridges of paint being built up. And just don't paint over the, like here, if I were to paint this one again, I wouldn't paint over all of this. I would just come in and just paint the outside edge like that. It just shows different values of lightness or darkness. It just shows different amounts. You don't want everything to be pure white. And if you find you have to correct the shape of a flower, that's fine. You can do that too. Or a petal, I should say. This one here doesn't make sense to me, so I'm just going to bring that down a little bit more. Overlap that one. I went a bit off on that shape. That one's going to have a couple of layers on it. Okay. And ones that are kind of hidden in the background, this one here, I'm not going to worry about painting that side. I will put a little bit of extra white here. This one, the branch, I'm going to have to retouch up that edge. When the paint is all dry, you can either do it, earlier on or at the end of the painting. Don't forget to erase your graphite lines. That's overlapping, so I'm going to put this nice and bright. This one here, white, and this one here, white. And the reason why things are getting darker is because the acrylic paints naturally dry darker. As they're drying, they dry darker because the water is evaporating. And I'm going to fix this one. There's a branch here. I want to make sure I've got a good crisp edge on that. The paint is drying out a little bit. So there's just some spots. I'm just going to be putting a little bit more paint. You can pick the top edge of the petal if you want, just to put in a little bit of extra white. This will show that's the brightest part. It's actually pretty good, like so. Okay, and what we'll now do, let's paint the center. Just make sure your brush is rinsed out really well because we did add a lot of white to it. I'm going to paint the centers now. And you can the filbert brush is a nice brush to use for that. And you're going to create that dark green mix that we used for the leaf. You're going to create that for the center as well, which was burnt umber, roughly equal parts of burnt umber and viridian. If you're never sure about what the actual color is, I'm looking here because the studio lights, I'm having a hard time actually seeing what this is. If you actually want to see what the true underlying color is, finish your mix, put a little bit on the side, add a little bit of white to it, and that'll show you the true underlying color. This is more green, which is what we want. Just don't forget to rinse your brush though. Okay, and what you're going to do with this, you're just going to tap. You're going to tap and you're going to go slightly over the actual petals. And you don't want these to be perfectly round. That's what you want. And rotate the brush, move it around so you don't get a pattern developing. I'm going to have to make up more paint. And that's the pattern I'm talking about, that. By rotating the brush, you avoid that. And you can do this painting 25 times and you will have 25 different shapes for your centers. That's actually a really good one there, but let me just soften that out a bit. I'm going to have to come back in after everything's dry to add a little bit more white. You can see that it became really transparent. Before we do that though, we're going to highlight the leaves. We're going to put a little bit of yellow inside the flower, and then we're going to highlight the leaves. This one here I didn't paint far enough. Now this one here's a funny one. This one is pointing upside down. Like that. And 1, 2, 1, 2. This one. And then on the side. That was it. That was hard, eh? Okay. You're going to get your round brush. And you're going to load with lemon yellow. Primarily it's just the tip. And all you're going to do is just right in the center. And you don't want it to be too thick. And what I would do is just do it until you've literally run out of paint on the brush. Rotate your brush. And then come back and soften any that are a little bit dark, or a little bit heavy I should say. And then reload. If you make them too thick, all you're going to see is yellow spots in the centers of the flowers. Because you can always come back and add more. It's a little bit dark. I'm just going to add a few brighter spots, more in the center. That's too thick. Okay, I'm going to wipe my brush. Just going to scoop up that paint a little bit. There we go. Easily fixed. But now I love that, so I'm not going to touch that. Nice and soft. That was a little bit much. Wipe the brush. Just going to pad that out. Lemon yellow is more transparent, so it'll blend with the green. But see this one here now, it's too round. I can come back with that dark green that I have, and I can tap some of that dark green in there. Then come back with yellow right in the wet paint and tap that in. Very easily fixed. And you'll find that that happens more frequently when the center color has dried. Okay, and rinse our brush. Now it's time to highlight the leaves. Now the leaves that we're highlighting, let's pretend that the butterfly is the sun. We're highlighting all the leaves that are facing the sun. We're going to take lemon yellow. Now this does take a little bit of practice to do, and how I like to do this is I like to start on the outside edge and take the brush and just touch, push, lift. Like so. A little bit of paint too far over. That's fine. And then what you'll have, because the paint is going to dry transparent, it'll blend quite nicely into the leaf. Okay, and let's do this one. And oh, this one here, I want to just do it this way, just to show you a different method. And what's the worst that can happen if we paint it? Like this one here is a little bit bright. Let me just make it even more bright. I'll show you how to fix that after. And then this one here, we'll just paint the underside because this would be shadowed. Just going to touch it in like this. It's just the indication, just a slight indication of a highlight. This one is the top. Touch the edge. Touch, push, lift towards the center. Okay. And so this one here is going to be up here. And like this part here, the brush is a little bit big for that. I'm not going to worry about it too much. And the flip leaf I'm going to leave to the end. This one is coming in like this. And this one here, I'll just do this slightly. And on this side, slightly. And then this one, I have yellow paint all over my fingers. And this one, I'm going to do the top side here, just this one. Okay. And then this side here. That's going to be a bit bright, a little bit bright. And this one. Okay. This one's just a little bit on the outside, like that, because this petal is on top. And this one here, just a little bit here. Okay, the flipped petal, we're only going to paint this outside edge. And we're just going to paint it like this. Like that. Just like so. And it looks like it's cupped around. A little bit of a lump there, or bump I should say, not a lump, a bump. And then right, and to cover that up, the paint is drying out just a little bit. Like that. And I get my round brush to soften that. And I dampen it. I'm not going to reload it with paint. I'm just going to dampen my round brush. Nope. Got to dampen it and load it with paint. It's just the paint is just drying out just a little bit much. Just going to soften that out. Now this I have to let dry because I pulled up some of the paint by accident. Okay, that's dried now. I'm going to come back in with the round brush. I'm just going to paint that in. There we go. Okay, now the one that we thought I was going to be too bright, it actually turned out to be just fine. I don't need to change it. So let's go back and I'm just going to pick just a few. Whoops, too much water. Oh, it helped if I had the right brush. I had the flat brush. I'm just going to pick a few just to brighten them up just a little bit. That one's actually shaded. We're not going to worry about that one. outer edge just a little bit better. Perfect. There we go. We're going to be putting veining in there as well. Actually, let me show you how to correct this one, because when I was trying to make a mistake and it didn't turn out. So let me add more yellow to that. Okay. Now let's pretend that's dry. So you would come back, you can take some of the dark mix that you created, which we're now out of. Okay, and I'm going to wipe my brush to wipe off the excess. You can just come back and lightly feather over, and that'll just change the shape a little bit. Same with this one. I can come in and just change the shape. You're going to need some of this color anyways when we start putting the veins in there. And this one here, see how it darkened up? Okay, now I'm going to come in, just change that. I'm going to go to my round brush, because now the dark part I need to reshape that. I'm going to come in there and just reshape that. There we go, like so. Okay, and then I can come in a little bit more yellow. Way too much yellow, but I can spread that around. The round brush does come in handy for doing that. Okay. I think I want to. You would take this step now and basically re-highlight the whites of the petals on the ends, if necessary. But now, because we can't make anything whiter than white, what we can do is we can brighten up the petals with a little bit of yellow. I'm going to need some more white. I'm going to put it over here to make sure it's clean. This is dirty part of the palette. Filbert brush. I'm going to take some white. Just a speck of yellow. Just enough yellow just to make it an off-white. That might be too much yellow. Let's see what that looks like. Bring that in a bit. That's better. Okay. And where the petals, now I wouldn't do this on every petal, just the ones that are closest to the sunlight. Okay, let's just soften that out a bit. Just the petals that are closest to, that are facing the sunlight. Just a bit of a extra pop of color. Just a pop of color. That's over top. It'll be hard to see. The yellow is so subtle, it's just a little noticeable. And we could say that there's a reflection of the leaves onto the petals, just casting off a little bit of a subtle green. I'm not going to bother with this one. You don't want to put this on every single one, but where the petal overlaps, yes. Yeah, let's do this one too. Thinking this was shaded, but the butterfly is so far up. There we go. All right. I think. Let's, you know what? Let's highlight the branches. Before we do anything else, let's highlight the branches. The branches, we can use yellow ochre for that. I'm just trying to think of a different way that I can show you. Let's go with burnt sienna. I wanted to show you as much as I can. Because the branches, we did these with burnt umber. We can use the burnt sienna to build a mid-tone. We wouldn't add burnt sienna underneath the butterfly because he's casting a shadow, but we can just paint a little bit of burnt sienna in areas that aren't covered by anything. Just little, especially over here. It's not giving me enough of a highlight, so we'll come in and I might show you with using yellow ochre. Yellow ochre is a nice color. Yeah, the burnt sienna is not quite dark enough, so let me show you. We use burnt sienna in the lesson, so I'm going to show you how to touch that up with the yellow ochre instead. But I'm liking the color of the branches, so you know what? I'm going to add more burnt sienna. I love, and you know why? Because burnt sienna is brown that's on the reddish orange side, and especially when it's next to the green leaves, because red is opposite on the color wheel to green, that's why the colors are just popping. So I think I prefer using the burnt sienna than the burnt umber. You need the burnt umber just to do like an underpainting, but when it's all said and done, I prefer the burnt sienna. That looks amazing. If it looks amazing to you, then go with that. Yeah, I like that better. Let's grab some yellow ochre. I have a little bit of that. Not going to need a lot. Use the same brush, and you don't need to wait for your painting to dry. And just very lightly hit, that's too much yellow ochre, and just smudge a little bit of that yellow ochre right into the branch. I like the yellow ochre. And sometimes you'll go through phases of colors to use for branches and stuff like that. I just find that it's a really nice color. I'm just going to put the stroke over that, so that way it naturally looks like that this branch is over top this one. I can add a little bit of yellow ochre there. You don't want to add it everywhere, just where branches overlap each other. Oh, that's really pretty. Where branches overlap each other, where you want to create definition. And the choppier the better. I'm not going to bother adding anything there. And if you find that the flat brush is too big, go to the round brush, but just make sure you make everything kind of rough, because wood is rough. There you go. I like that. Alrighty. We can add, let's go with the round brush now. We can add some veins to the leaves. I think we should have done that before. Unless, if your paint is dry, just make up more paint with the Viridian and burnt umber. And you can even, if you really want to make it, that might be too light, you know that? Let's add a speck of black to that, just a little bit. That's too black. There we go. There we go. You'll need to test it out on one leaf, and it needs to be fluid enough. And what you're going to do, now let the branches dry if possible. You're going to stroke out the vein, the middle of the leaf, and then just a few little lines. It'll be very, very hard to see, but you can use the reference painting, the photograph, to refer to that. Very, very subtle. Very, very subtle. And you don't even have to do it on every single one if you don't want to. You really notice it on the ones where they're highlighted quite a bit. Won't really notice it there. And some of them, when you're putting your lines, make sure that you re-round your brush. When I load my brush, I automatically just twirl it. And if it's just too dark, this dark mixture, add a little bit of yellow to it. So let's try that. If we just go for a little bit of yellow. Where's one that's really dark? This one here. Let's use this one. Does that show up? It's still too wet. Let me wait for that one to dry a bit. You want to make the color that's still not yellow enough. You want to make the color slightly lighter and slightly brighter. There, that one shows up. Slightly lighter and slightly brighter. I'll be able to do it here. So this one, the stem came out here, and put some lines in there. It's almost the same mixture as what you did with the highlighting, except we have a little bit more green in this one. Just avoid using white because it might make it look a little bit too chalky. It should show up here. And also keeping in mind that yellow is transparent, so it'll be a little bit harder for it to show up. There we go. Bring that down a bit more. Love that leaf. Sometimes when you do a leaf that you really like, and you give yourself a pat in the back. These ones I didn't highlight at all. Well, let's use this opportunity just to... Now that stroke shows up. And practice leaves. I love leaves done by the artist Gary Jenkins. Oh, he does such beautiful leaves. An oil painter. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I got a bit of dried paint out there. Better scoop that out. There we go. Love it. Now I'm going to take some of that dark mix, and I'm just going to connect the leaves. It's common that you miss some stuff as you're painting. You just add it in freehand. Like I said, this painting is so versatile. It's so versatile. And I'm just going to make this a little bit greener here. There we go. Connect that to that. Oh, might as well highlight this one here. Just add a little bit of color. Nothing much. Okay, now... Now we can deepen the centers. The centers of my flowers are actually, I really like how deep they are now. I really don't want to do any more with them. You can brighten up pieces if you want. Now take a look at your centers. Are there any areas that you want to make a little bit brighter? There's just a couple that I want to hit a little bit more yellow. More on the left side, because that's where the light source is. Like that. And so let's pretend you have let's use, oh, which petal am I going to use? Oh, my table just shifted. Let's use this leaf as an example. So let's say there really isn't a definition here between the two petals. I think I said leaf, but petals I meant. And the other one we can use is this one here. Actually, this is a better example. So you know how in the middle here we've got this dark area. By the way, this is the last thing that we have to do. We brought in too much white. We lost some of our dark. You can make up some of that dark. And if we just take some white paint, which has way too much water in it, white paint, and take a little bit of ultramarine blue, put a little bit of burnt sienna in there, and we're basically creating that mauve color again. See how close that is? And you know what? Let's go to the round filbert brush, I should say, not the round brush. Let's go with the filbert brush. And the mixture is a bit off. It's no big deal. And you're going to start from the center. Touch, push, lift, touch, push, lift. And where you're lifting that stroke off, make sure it's uneven. You don't want to make it a line, like an actual hard line. But you can use that opportunity just to add a little bit of shading. And where this petal overlaps this one, I'm going to put a line there to define it. This one here too, this petal overlaps this one. Let's darken that one. But you know what? I need to brighten that. I need to make that more white because this one's not white enough here. There we go. What else have we got? That one's really wonky. Let's do this one. This one's the one that's all flipped. It's all flipped, so put a little bit of shading in there and then re-emphasize this petal here that's overlapping it. Let's work on that one. I'm going to reshape this one. So these are just the final touch-ups that you have to do. Take some of that mauve, come in from the center, and just soften that out like that. And you can use the mauve and then overlap with the white just to soften things up. See how much softer it is when you're putting wet paint into wet paint? Now this one's here is fine, but you could come in with the mauve and just put that in there. Take the white. I'm not even cleaning my brush. Just overlap. White, mauve again. Didn't clean my brush where it's overlapping. So the mauve would go underneath. This one I didn't finish painting, but I'm gonna paint it right to the edge there because there's green canvas showing. Let that dry for a sec. This is overlapping. That's overlapping. Okay. We're just finalizing everything. Now the little petal here that's hiding underneath the mauve, touch up the edges. Let's soften that one out a little bit. So I'm going back and forth between the white and the mauve. And even some of the yellow, if you want to hit it with a little bit of yellow, if you find a spot that would really benefit from the opaque yellow that we made, then use that as well. The opaque yellow is also useful when you've got petals that are really close to each other and you want to make a bigger definition. So this one here, if the white just isn't cutting it, just add some of that opaque yellow and that'll fix it right away. I find the yellow is actually quite nice too. Sometimes the white is just too, it's just too stark. So the yellow adds a nice little touch. How beautiful is that? There we go. Alrighty, so I think we're actually pretty good. I'm looking at my reference painting, looking at this. Did I miss anything? I don't believe I have. I think I'm pretty covered. The only one thing I want to do, take a little bit of the dark and the light, get something in between. And I just want to glaze over just a little bit of a transparent layer there. I find that yellow too strong. And now that's fixed up. So there we go. So our painting is done. The only thing that's left to do on the painting is to sign it. Now the color to sign it, I would suggest that you use the green, dark green. You could use a dark green, you can use the sienna, you can use orange, whatever. It depends on where you want to sign it. And I think I'm going to sign it right here because the flowers are coming down this way to lead towards my name. So I'll just use this mixture here. Use the round brush and you're just nice and slow. That's it. And we're done. So what you're going to do is you can take this time to do little touch-ups if necessary. I did find something that I missed. And I'm actually going to do it, I'm going to correct it this way. This petal should be, these should be overlapping. This petal should be covering this one. So there's branches coming out here that aren't connected to anything. But the petal being over here, the branch is actually running behind. I could use the brown to connect them there. So I painted in just a little bit of brown, then came back with my brush and just went around just to fill that in, and we're all finished. So before you do anything, you're going to let this completely dry. Do all the touch-ups you want, but let it completely dry. You don't really need to varnish an acrylic painting because it's self-sealing. But this now, I would come in, depending on the wall I'd be putting it on, I could put some masking tape. Now remember, let this dry, give it 24 hours. Then you can put some masking tape on the edge and then paint the edge of the painting the color of the wall or the color of an accent if you wanted to. This is assuming you didn't wrap it around. You can also finish the edges to match the color here. And because it's so diffused and so rough, you could do that at this point just to finish it off. But that's about it. So we're all done. Did you have fun? I hope so. Now the only way to improve your skills is to practice, practice, practice. And to help you with that, I'd like to invite you to visit my website at myloveaffairwithlife.com. And what you'll find on there is a variety of things that are for creative inspirations, free tutorials, free videos, full classes and workshops that you can try, different mediums, a whole bunch of different things. And basically, if you're on that website, you will never be bored because there's always something to do. All right, so I'd like to invite you to check that out. And I really hope that you will push along and practice the skills that you've learned so far. Visit the website, get a whole bunch of different other information to help you along. And I would love to get your feedback. And on the website, you can sign up for my newsletter. I announce different projects that are free tutorials and stuff like that. And I would love to see the artwork that you've created in today's workshop. So until then, stay inspired, and I will see you next time.